Locally produced. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of this special challenge match between Nils Grandelius and David Howell. It's taking place at the Swedish Embassy in London. Very, very special match between two very well-respected Grandmasters. Game 3 today, we've had 2 draws so far, but they've been very fighting draws. Both very different styles of game. But in both games, it was white who was pressing in both circumstances, but both players showing their defensive resources with the black pieces as well, managing to hold the position. And game 3 today, Nils Grandelius is white against David Howell. I'm joined once again, of course, by my man on the ground, Askild Bryn. Askild, yesterday was a very tense affair. It was a very, very difficult game, I would say, for both players to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I thought it was really interesting and entertaining, and it was a lot of fun to try and analyze the position, even though it was very complex. We're not using computer analysis, but it was a fun to watch these two great players. And I mean, we had a talk with them afterwards, after the game, and I think, after 2 games, both players they're quite happy with the result. But obviously, the prize money in this match, it's quite special as well. So I think the players wants to grab a couple of wins, to get that extra cash, because they do get £1,500 for a win, £500 each for a draw, and if you lose, you don't get a penny. So I can't see 10 draws in this match, that's for sure. So I'm looking forward to game 3 and see what happens.
Yeah, and game 3 has already kicked off, actually, and we've got exactly the same opening as we did in game 1, which is a Berlin. In that game 1, we had this fantastic idea of castles, knight takes e4, rook e1, which is the so-called rook e1 main line, knight d6, and now this sideline with a4, which worked very, very well in that game, although Nils was not able to convert. But today, Nils has gone for something entirely different. He's played the move pawn to d3, the so-called anti-Berlin, because the mainline Berlin, of course, goes after castles, knight takes e4, d4. This was the Berlin main, trying to open up the e-file, but then black found this move, knight to d6, bishop takes, pawn takes, and now knight f5, offering the queen trade. And of course, if you don't know the history, it was really Vladimir Kramnik who brought this back into top level. He used it successfully against Garry Kasparov in their World Championship match to basically never lose with black employing this system. Black has got the 2 bishops, and it's very difficult to create against the black position here. But today, Nils plays a move which I remember when I looked at the database for the first game, I saw him play many times, which is the anti-Berlin, just protecting the pawn with d3, and now David brings the bishop out to c5. So far, so good, and now white has got lots of different options. It really does depend, and we get a very, 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 very interesting move, if that move is in fact the move that is on the screen. It's another move, another opening idea that I have to say I don't recall seeing. And that's the move bishop to a4 by Nils Grandelius. Perhaps surprising David straight away. What an interesting idea. Just to go back here, after the move bishop c5, Askild, which has been played, literally thousands of times. This move here, in this position here, white has tried, for example, bishop takes c6, damaging the structure, and then a move like knight b to d2. You can't take on e5 because of queen d4, you lose. So bishop takes c6. The move c3 is also fairly popular. The move castles is also possible. But the move bishop a4 is very rare. Now, I can see here out the corner of my eye that none other than your boy, Mr. Carlson, has tried this move before.
Okay, that's interesting. Do you think the 2 of them might have looked at this together at some point?
Very possibly. Very possibly. So let's try and work out what bishop a4 is about. I guess the idea of bishop a4 is that white wants to play c3 and have the additional opportunity of retreating the bishop back to c2 and then playing d4. It's kind of trying to get a Gioco piano variation. And the difference, if I can understand it here, is that if you castle in this position, which is one of the main moves, the problem you've got with white is that black has got this very annoying move, knight to d4. And after knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, c3, and bishop b6, this is actually a very comfortable position for black, because now after d4, you can go c6, and you can play d6 like this. And I've played this position a bunch of times with black, and it's completely fine. So the idea of bishop a4 is to be able to meet knight d4 with, I guess you can just take this pawn on e5 now. Even though it doesn't look completely clear to me after something like queen e7, knight f3. But the point is, black would love to go d5 here, a bit like in a Scotch 4 knights, but he can't because the pawn is pinned. And this is a little bit annoying. So bishop e4 is Carlsen played it, by the way, against Andreikin in the World Rapid in St. Petersburg. That's where it was played. Very, very curious. Now, of course, David won't be completely shocked to see this move. Pretty sure he would have seen it as well. And, you know, David most likely will castle, and white will most likely castle. And here, black will most likely play the move d6, which is very solid. That being said, I remember seeing a lot of games of David's where after castles, he'll play a move like rook e8 in order to be able to keep the flexibility to play d5 in one move and sometimes retreat this bishop back to f8 for defensive purposes. So, for example, here, if c3, maybe you can go d5 immediately. Knight bd2, d takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d takes e4, something like this, queen e7, with a standard-looking position. So that's definitely on the cards as well. And we get actually a lot of transpositions to a mainline Spanish through this variation as well. So you can get a bit confused with stuff. Yeah, and after castles, if black decides just not to go with rook e8 and plays d6, after c3, we transpose to more common lines where, yeah, white is trying to get in d4, and, you know, white could play maybe like this, if bishop e6, knight bd2, trying to win the bishop. So I'm very curious, and David has castled, I'm very curious to see what Nils has planned, but castles is on the board. David not taking too much time today, which is unusual, to say the least.
But do you think that is because he's quite prepared in this opening, or he feels confident, knows what to play?
Yeah, I guess he's probably looked at it, and maybe he even looked at it with Magnus. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be too surprised by it. Somehow, it feels, yeah.
And also, just a question for you, Lawrence, because I mean, I get the feeling that some opening novelties, you have to be, okay, I have to be careful now not to lose the game in 10, 12 moves.
Mm-hmm.
But a move like bishop a4, that's more a long-term idea, right? Because you want to keep the bishop, the light squared bishop, and possibly get it to c2. And it's not like black is under immense pressure with that move.
No, sure. Black is absolutely not under immense pressure. This is just a cute little idea, which gives white additional flexibility. Because in a lot of the main lines here, you know, white is basically forced to take on c6. I mean, taking on c6 is one of the main moves. So Nils clearly says with this move, I want to keep my bishop. And now it's going to be really interesting. I think this is the first moment where David will go for a think, because he has got the opportunity to go rook e8 followed by d5, or play just much more mildly with d6. So he's got a legitimate decision. But I guess this position has been played a fair amount of times.
We talked a little bit about the bishop pair yesterday, Lawrence, and when you're playing, how important do you think it is? I mean, it depends on the positions, but are you a player that prefers to play with the bishops compared to the knights in general?
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a, for me, a bit too general. I mean, I don't really have a preference one way or another, whether it's bishops or knights. It's position dependent. I don't think I play better with the bishops than I do with the knights, or vice versa, basically. I know some players, when you think of famous players, Vishy Anand, famous for loving the knights, maybe, and maybe Fischer, famous for loving the bishops. I don't know. I don't really subscribe to that kind of way of thinking, basically. So, yeah. So, just depends on the position, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And while David is thinking, the chat is back on YouTube, and Jason saying, "Good day, Lawrence and Askild. Good day to you too.
Good day.
Good to have you here." And yeah, some people are back. Aigo saying very difficult to deal with the bishop. D6 feels a bit slow, he says.
No, I don't think it's slow. It's the most standard move in all of these kind of structures, right? Yeah, sure. If you want to go rook e8 d5, excuse me, you can do that. But you've got to be very well prepared to do that, because it forces a lot more. Whereas a move like d6 leads to less forcing variations. But rook e8, I'm assuming white goes c3 here. Maybe you don't even have to go c3 immediately. Can you play c4? I know that's an odd-looking move, but it does exist. It's one of the benefits of keeping the knight on b1 at home, is to play a move like c4.
Interesting.
Yeah, this sometimes can work as well. And now after d6, knight c3. It's a different flavor of game, but sometimes you want to try and get bishop g5 and knight d5 in. Again, totally depends. Any other questions from chat?
Let's see. No, not yet. Okay, we do have one. Yeah, we have a couple. Kevin Winter is asking whether Shora is the sole arbiter, and I believe she is. I haven't seen any other arbiters at the venue. And
yeah.
And Ashkat is asking what's the score. So as Lawrence said earlier, it's 1-1 after 2 draws in 2 first games.
Exactly.
And then Ed Ricketts is back. Hello, Ed. Is asking, is there a combination that is generally more dominant? Knights against knights and bishops against bishops, or doesn't it matter?
Well, again, it's really position dependent. So, for example, there are many examples in chess literature where 2 bishops against 2 knights are really, really dominant. There's the famous Botvinnik. Who was he playing? Oh, I'm saying the famous. I can't remember who he was playing. Goodness me, I can't recall. Was it against Tao? Could have been against Tao.
Yeah.
But my memory is failing me. Yeah, so 2 bishops against 2 knights. Sometimes the 2 knights dominate the 2 bishops if the position is closed and there are lots of outposts for the knight. So again, it really is position dependent.
But I think general advice, for people starting playing chess is that as you mentioned, if the position is closed, the knights are often good because the bishops are not that. They don't have the long diagonals, for example. While if there's fewer pieces on the board, often in endgames, for example, the bishops and the bishops pair will be more dominant in general.
Precisely. Precisely. Yeah. So there are general rules that we can adhere by. For bishops and knights, knights liking the closed positions and bishops liking the open ones. Those are pretty standard. And if you follow those, you tend to be in decent shape.
And Kevin Winter is saying matches like these are rare. It's hard to get motivated. A bit like football friendlies. Do you agree?
Well, I don't think I agree totally because firstly, they're playing for really what is a lot of money. £1,500 per victory per game over a 10-game match is serious dough. It's also a FIDE rated match. Both players are well below their all-time high. David at least 40 points, I would say, and Nils probably the same. So they're both looking to get back to 2,700 to start off with. They're in the Swedish embassy. They're in a very kind of prestigious setting. So I don't think it is the case that it is a, let's say, just a friendly match and it's hard to get motivated for. It feels like, both guys are taking this very seriously. Even you, Askild, said in the before the show started, you said that Nils was going to bed very early.
Yeah.
So he's taking this match extremely seriously, and I'm pretty sure David is as well. And it doesn't have. I mean, it's friendly insofar as both players are friends, and it's they're not fighting for a big championship. I get that. I do understand, and they're very friendly after the match, and there's not a kind of very intense rivalry. But they are playing for a lot, so they're very much taking this seriously. We have had some moves. So David did go for d6 in the end, and Nils very quickly played c3. So we're in the let's say the main position here of this line. And now Black has got to decide what he wants to do, because the move d4 is very much in existence here. So he can move the bishop back to b6 just to prepare it, but maybe he can do something else as well. For example, can you play the move knight e7 here? The point being that after d4 you go bishop b6, and we're never worried about this trade because this always benefits Black. In fact, here you would exchange queens first and then play knight takes e4 with an attack with quite a serious attack on f2. So that also looks kind of decent. And yeah, I mean, the position looks fine. So maybe you don't even have to worry too much about d4 straight away. That's possible.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting move, knight d7. Do you ever go to g6 as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. The knight goes to g6. For example, after knight e7, let's say d4, bishop b6, but this time you protect your pawn with bishop c2. Now after knight g6, let's say h3, typical move preventing any bishop g4. Now Black can play c6, preparing d5. This is one of the ideas of maneuvering this knight around this way so that c6 and d5 becomes possible. And these sorts of positions are fairly fairly standard, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like black is doing fine in some of the lines we're looking at least.
Exactly. Yeah.
And while David is thinking, we do have more action from the chat.
Okay.
Let's see. Martin is saying, did David dress in full black because he has the black pieces? Does he have a fully white suit?
I don't think David probably has a fully white suit, to be honest. But yeah.
But that would actually be a Magnus thing to do as a joke, just to. I think he's done that in the past, at least. Some subtle humor in jokes. But yeah, I haven't seen David with a full white suit yet. And
yeah.
Let's see. We did have a couple other questions. Yeah, from Kevin Winter. Are the commentators playing Reykjavik? And what international tournaments are attractive for amateur players this year?
Say that again, sorry.
He's wondering if we are playing in the Reykjavik tournament coming up. And he's also asking...
In Reykjavik, you mean?
Yeah, Reykjavik, yeah.
I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
He's also asking what tournaments are attractive to play for amateur players this year.
Good question. Firstly, regarding Reykjavik, it's a great tournament. I'm not playing, but I know people of all kinds of different strength can play there. And it's I've only had positive feedback about Reykjavik. As for amateur tournaments, that one's a bit more tricky. I don't know is the answer. Of course, I would have recommended Gibraltar if it was, well, it would have been in January, but of course the Gibraltar Chess Congress had for years fantastic opportunities for amateurs to play as well in the Challengers section or in the AMB section. So apart from Gibraltar, which obviously can't happen now, A, because it's past the date, and B, because actually the Caleta Hotel is no longer. I don't know. Do you know?
Maybe the others in the chat can come with some suggestions for Kevin regarding tournaments. But I do think also, FIDE has a tournament calendar, open tournaments as well. Depending a little bit what you want, do you want to play in a strong open tournament, or do you want to play in tournaments like Gibraltar where they have, rating caps, etc. And I don't think I'll be playing either in Reykjavik, but I've also just heard fantastic stuff about the playing venue, the organizers. It's just brilliant. And I do have a lot of friends playing, so I might go for a few days to hang out and root for them and cheer them on. I haven't been in Iceland in probably 15 years, so I would love to go back.
Yeah, Iceland's a great place. I've been, not for chess, I've been just on holiday, and I have to say it's one of the prettiest places I've seen. I mean, it's got so many special parts, not just in Reykjavik, but I did the Golden Circle, I think it's called, tour.
Yeah.
The Golden Circle. I saw the, what are they called? The geysers, or the natural thermal pools. And
did you go to the Blue Lagoon?
I went to the Blue Lagoon.
Yeah.
I did all of the touristy stuff. Saw the Aurelius Borealis, what they called the
Northern Lights.
The Northern Lights. Yeah, I did all of that. This was about 5 years ago now.
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that. And yeah.
I went there for a chess tournament many, many years ago, and I only went to the Blue Lagoon. So I would love to go back and do more tourist stuff. And speaking of Iceland, it's 50 years ago in the summer since the famous match between Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer. And I do believe they're planning to have a World Fischer Random Championship there later this year in Reykjavik. Possibly in October, November.
Yeah, is that true? Is it?
I think that's in the cards. Yeah. So I think it was during the World Rapid and Blitz. Former Norwegian chess president Göran Jansson, he said that they were negotiating with the Icelandic Chess Federation to try and set up a championship. So hopefully that will.
Fantastic.
That would have been great.
Hopefully that comes through. That would be great.
And chat is active. Jason basically saying both players look like they mean business. Absolutely. And it's interesting to follow the video feed because you can tell that this is not just a friendly match. Both of them wants to win, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they both want to win it. There's a lot of pride. It's at the Swedish embassy, so Nils wants to win it because he's actually, theoretically, he's not in London, right?
Yeah.
He's in Sweden.
So I was asking you before the match started who has home court advantage.
Yeah. Well, what is the actual law on? So any embassy is effectively an extension of the country. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, like, if you remember Julian Assange when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, if you trespass or if you try and break into an embassy, am I right in thinking that's basically like trying to break into the country and is punishable by prison, like a lengthy prison sentence?
So you have to follow that country's rules, etc. I would think so. That makes sense, at least.
Yeah.
And let's see, Jeffrey. Hi, LT. You are the man. I think that you would be the best person to be the next 007 film star.
Well, I mean, thanks, Jeffrey. I appreciate that, but I must ask you to go to your local opticians and get your glasses changed because I think there are a few more guys out there more, let's say, adequate for the 007 role than me. But I appreciate the kind words nonetheless.
You have this famous commercial, should have gone to Specsavers. So,
that's right. We have the famous commercial. Exactly.
And
should have gone to Specsavers. How do you know about that?
No, we have the same commercials in Norway.
You do?
That's just become like a funny thing in everyday speech now. If someone is like completely wrong, or I think they do it a lot on like dating apps and so on.
Mm-hmm.
If they try to be funny, or they're commentating on some, making some comments on photos, etc., and then they get the reply, should have gone to Specsavers. Something like that. Yeah. And Kevin, talking about Iceland, one of the best chess books I've ever read is the Saga of Fredrik Olafsson. Check it out.
I don't know that. What's that?
Yeah, I have never heard about it. So Kevin, feel free to elaborate. And then we have a question about the position from Aigo. At what point is bishop takes c6 acceptable?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, for example, in this position here, after c3, let's say black plays a move like h6. Typical move, okay, which can't be a bad move. Does white ever want to play the move bishop takes c6, and my guess is probably not. It's definitely possible, but it feels as though that I don't really understand what you're achieving by giving up this light square bishop, because this guy can become quite a serious player, given, I mean, in the right circumstances. It can come out this way. It can come out this way, for example. There are lots of different things that this bishop can do. Sometimes even, you can organize some very direct attacking. Maybe you put the bishop back, knight here, and go f5. You give black a lot of attacking options by taking here. And in general, you won't see white playing like this. There are very specific lines where you can play like this. Even Magnus himself, I remember, who was it against? He played a game in the Candidates in 2013 where he did take on c6, but I'm struggling to remember who it was against. I can't remember.
But Lawrence, I guess when Nils already has played bishop a4, it seems a bit strange, at least in the next few moves.
Yeah.
And take on c6, right?
That's exactly the point. To go bishop a4 voluntarily without being provoked and then take here is really a crazy...
losing a tempo in the opening as white. And
exactly.
That can be crucial. And I think after c3, he shows what the plan is to take the bishop back to c2 at some point. And I've played some similar structures in the past. I played a nice game in Gibraltar many years ago against FIDE master Milan Kandic from Serbia.
Yeah, I know him, yeah.
And I had a similar structure, and I had the bishop on c2. And then it was a long maneuvering game. But then I got some great attack with the white pieces, and the bishop was staying on c2 for the whole game, but it actually contributed in the giving the mate at the very end, because I finally opened up the position with the e4 pawn, and the bishop was hitting h7, etc. But then I played rook e1, knight e2, knight f1, knight g3, and then suddenly, slowly, just maneuvering and building up some attack. But then the center was quite closed. So this position can still open up, but it's an interesting idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what David decides to do here, how he decides to set up. If I had to guess, I think he's going to go with knight e7, because he realizes that after d4, bishop b6, if you can get in bishop c2 and now knight g6, then I've played the black side of these positions as well loads of times, and I mean it's always been pleasant, in my opinion, to play like this. If you're able to get the knight to g6 and then play c6, you've really solved a lot of your problems.
And another question about the position from Kevin is bishop g5 not a move at some points, and also transfer the b knight to the king side. Is that a good plan?
Bishop g5, yeah. So bishop g5 definitely is possible. I would say that you have to be careful when to do it. For example, if you do it here, the knight's going to come to g6 anyways. And then the problem you've got, let's just say you do transfer the knight with knight bd2. Black can now play h6, and the problem is you can't maintain the pin. Well, you can go bishop h4, but it looks a bit funny because after takes, black has won the bishop pair, and sometimes you lose to a tactic here. I don't know if knight takes e4 works here. It probably does. And the queen gets the knight. So after knight, so the problem with bishop g5 is, the bishop can't just sit there. If you're going to play bishop g5 in this system, the way to do it is actually now. In fact, I think Carlsen has played like this as well, to play an early bishop g5 because now this concept of bringing the knight round doesn't really work. But to do it in this position here is less effective, basically.
I guess we've been discussing the other idea to bring the bishop, the knight on b1 to the king side as well. At some point.
Absolutely, yeah.
Knight d2, knight f1, knight g3.
Absolutely.
So what to do for David then in this?
Well, I mean, what to do for David is very simple, right? I mean, he's going to either play bishop b6 or knight to e7, as we've said. Mm-hmm. And I guess he's going to go knight to e7, but he could go bishop to b6. And after knight bd2, let's say this knight transfer, you go knight to e7. And if knight to c4, maybe you just go knight to g6. And not worry about losing the bishop because your pieces are nicely over the king side. Something like this, you can use the a file now, even. So, for example, white can play a move like a3. You have the two bishops here as white, but it's one of those positions we were discussing before. When do the bishops thrive? When the position is open. The position isn't really open at the moment. So something like this could happen. Maybe even here after bishop c2, you might include h6, h3, just to stop. Yeah. Just to stop these pawns coming in.
Yeah, makes sense.
So.
But I have a feeling we might get like a long maneuvering game.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we will. I think we're going to get a very long game today, actually, because it's not forced. As you said, it's a maneuvering game, and yeah, that's where we are.
If you look at the clock situation, Nils has spent a couple of minutes, while David has spent over half an hour after 7 moves.
Exactly.
And, Aigo is saying, seems like Howell is back in form. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, David is, he's not super sharp yet because, for example, yesterday he had a chance. He had quite a big chance to convert that position. So I wouldn't say David is looking super sharp just yet. Also, in this game, we're in just a very standard opening position. So we'll see how the game develops to see how sharp he is. But yeah, still going to be very tense regardless.
And I guess even for players as strong as David, when you haven't played for a while, you need a couple of games maybe to get back in the flow and back in the zone a bit.
Exactly. You definitely do get rusty in chess. I'm playing tomorrow afternoon. That's good.
And you might be playing some strong players, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be playing somebody strong. I have absolutely no idea who. But no doubt I'm going to be super rusty.
But are you looking forward to play an over-the-board game, get the feel of the pieces, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
to
a certain extent I am, I guess, yeah. But it's a weird feeling.
Yeah.
To have to play again, but it's all right, I guess. It's all right. Okay, bishop b6. has been played by David. So David plays the other sensible way. This move clearly is designed to just say to white, I understand you want to go d4. Now you can't because your e4 pawn is hanging. So I think after bishop b6, we were saying probably white would play knight bd2 just to protect this pawn and potentially threaten knight c4. So I don't expect Nils to take a very long time on this next move, to be honest. And that's the situation we're in at the moment.
And we do have a special guest
yes.
joining us in a little over an hour, I believe.
Who do we have today?
We have the great Jennifer Shahada.
Jennifer's coming.
She's in London. She's just published a new chess book called Chess Queens, and she's having a session here at the chess shop in Baker Street, signing books, and she'll be joining us later. So I'm looking forward to that. So if any of you have some questions for her as well, we can try and save some up. So around 5 o'clock CET, I think she'll be joining. And I can also mention that we're still doing the fundraiser for the Norwegian Refugee Council. I believe we're up to 9,000, close to 9,500 now. And the goal is to get to $20,000 by the end of the match. So we would appreciate if you would contribute in any way. And it's for a great cause, helping the victims of the war in Ukraine. So would be fantastic to reach that goal. I do believe that Malcolm Payne on day one said that he would match the biggest contribution, which was $1,000. And both me and Lawrence will also donate $100 each during this match. So we actually have $1,200 extra coming in, which is great.
Yeah. Fantastic gesture there by Malcolm. And,
absolutely.
Fantastic cause, of course, for all of the people currently suffering just the most horrible moment imaginable in their lives. So it is a worthy cause. Okay, we do have another move. I'm just going to put that on the board, and we have, okay, he didn't play knight d2, but he played an absolutely standard move in this position, which is the move pawn to h3. So this move looking to, of course, we see it a lot in a lot of these Spanishes. It's a standard move. You take away the g4 square for black, and you keep some flexibility about your position. So it's a perfectly standard good move.
Now you expect knight e7 from David?
Yeah, I think knight e7 is really a very serious idea now for David, just to bring this knight round to g6, and I can really see that. Of course, I can see other moves like h6, or what other moves improve. Really, h6 or knight e7 are the moves that look like the big improvement moves. h6 also useful, of course, taking away the g5 square. But yeah, knight e7 certainly feels like the more precise move, because sometimes you can put the knight on g6 and not actually have to go h6, because the knight does a good job there. So I think knight e7 is a fairly natural move. I am looking at the YouTube chat as well now, as well as the Twitch chat. And Kevin Winter says, how do I donate? Yeah, if you want to donate, you can see we've raised already. That's not the true figure, as Askild said. You have to go to, now the link I don't actually have. Maybe we can get that posted in YouTube.
But it looks like we also have a QR code on the video.
Ah, there's a QR code, right? So you can just put your phone over it, and then that will take you to a website. So get your camera out, and you can do that.
And we can also put out the link in the chat. But if you have a smartphone, I guess the QR code should be quite straightforward. I'm sure we've all been using QR codes now during the pandemic. So
yeah, absolutely.
We're all experts at it by now.
Yeah, going to restaurants, getting the QR code for the menu, checking in.
Yeah.
It's all...
I think, at least in Norway, we don't have the best service when it comes to, restaurants, cafes. So having the QR code system was actually quite good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now it's back to normal with, yeah, not the best service in the world, I have to say. But
yeah, Norway is.
You've been there a few times, right?
I have. Yeah, I have been to Norway quite a few times now, right? Quite a few times, actually, I've been to Norway. The people are the worst people in the universe. No, I love my Norwegian. Askild, you, Odin, Magnus, the group of good people. I've got some very, what I would consider, some of my best friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've had many adventures together.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I guess it all started with the Gibraltar tournament, and the Norwegians and the English players bonded and found each other and started a lifelong friendship.
Yeah, I don't quite know how that all began, but that's basically what happened. We started.
But actually, Lawrence, do you remember the very first time that the two of us met?
Oh,
it was at a tournament, but it was a special tournament.
No, I don't. Tell me. This is quite fascinating. Where did we first meet?
So I have a brilliant memory. Not as good as Magnus, but we met during the Youth World Championship in 2001 in Oropesa del Mar in Spain.
Oh, okay.
And I was playing in Ranveig, Odin's little sister. She was playing. And you were playing, and Heather Richards and Craig Hanley. And
yes.
Yeah. So,
oh my goodness.
I guess already back then in 2001,
wow.
So I've known you. And then a few years later, we met up again in Gibraltar.
Wow. Yeah. That's 20 years I've known you, Askild, huh?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Craig is now, I haven't seen Craig in a few years. He did play a British Championship probably about 5 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
But he was, at least when I last spoke to him, this guy who works in the control station for airplanes.
Ah, yeah.
He guides the airplanes, right? And it's a very stressful job.
I can imagine.
It's a very, very stressful job, as you can imagine.
But I remember his username on different chess sites back in the day was Tusen takk, which means thank you.
That's right. That's right.
Norwegian, yeah.
Why was he called Tusentak? I can't remember. Did he have a Norwegian girlfriend back then or something like that? I can't remember.
Yeah, perhaps. Anyways, it's been a journey ever since.
It has. We've had some moves, and not too surprisingly, David did go knight e7. Nils now with this bishop looking into space and doing not very much. The bishop came back to c2, and David played knight g6. David playing a little bit quicker today, has to be said. David understanding that getting super short on time every game isn't obligatory, which is nice.
Yep.
So bishop c2, knight g6, and now
d4, or is it a bit premature?
It's probably okay because black doesn't win a pawn. It feels completely natural to me to play d4 right here. You can play knight bd2 first, maybe with coming to c4 and trying to eliminate this bishop, and then go d4, as we've said. I don't really know what else. You could probably even still go rook e1 and play your standard Spanish maneuver with the knight to d2, knight to f1, knight to g3, that kind of stuff.
And now, obviously, black doesn't have knight g4 to threaten on
right.
f2 if you play rook e1.
Right. So a few ideas. Rook e1, d4, knight bd2. I think after d4, I guess the most standard response here is just to play c6, to be honest.
Yeah, I like that move.
Rook e1, let's say rook e8, stand knight bd2, something like this. And the question is, can black ever play d5? Maybe he can prepare it with bishop c7 and then play d5 like this, so that e5 is nicely overprotected. That's what tends to happen anyways.
I guess if black manages to play d5, black is doing perfectly.
In general, if you get in d5 in these structures, you're doing well. Yeah, that's exactly the point.
And also like the c6 move, because it's a multi-purpose move. You also have the opportunity to keep the dark squared bishop, and you're preparing some breaks in the center. So yeah, seems like a logical plan for black.
Absolutely. So a few ideas here for white. What else is chat saying so far? So the website link for donating is there, and unfortunately we actually
also there at the top. Click on the blue comments. So that's good.
We actually had some bad news, it seems, with cricket. You're probably not such a big cricket fan.
No, not really.
Well, it looks as though two absolute legends of the game have passed away in the same day, both from Australia, which is very unusual.
Wow.
So Rod Marsh, who was famous Australian cricketer, but more shockingly, Rod Marsh was at least reasonably of age, let's say. I don't know exactly how old Rod Marsh was, but unfortunately we got the news just now that Shane Warne has passed away, which is really, really shocking. Shane Warne was only 52 years old.
Wow.
And he must have died of a heart attack or something, because he was already sort of yeah, I mean, he was a young guy. He was doing a lot of commentary for TV, and the sick irony of this world is that his last tweet was saying, "Sad news to hear about the death of Rod Marsh." So he was. I mean, you can't really make this stuff up.
Yeah. Wow.
Just shocking, really. That's insanely heartbreaking. So, yeah, really, really sad day for Australian cricket, for actually sports lovers around the world, because he was a great ambassador and one of the greatest spin bowlers of all time, basically. Just shocking. No age to go. So, thanks for that, Kevin, for putting that in the chat. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but yeah, that's where we are. All right, maybe this is a good moment for us to take actually a quick break, because yeah, we're at a kind of standard position. Very, this game can go a lot of ways. We're not even really started the game yet. It's going to start heating up very, very quickly. So I think this is a good moment to take a short break, and we'll be back for the main part of this game in just a few minutes.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right, we have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to this special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. It's game 3 today. Welcome if you've just joined us. We had 2 very interesting games in game 1 and game 2. Both ended in a draw, but both were fighting draws. And as you can imagine, both of these players are very much going to fight because they're playing for £1,500 per game. To win. They're incentivized to win. This is a kind of newish idea, the bonus per win. It's being tried at the moment in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and it seems to be having a really good effect. If you look at the results in that tour, there are a lot more decisive results, a lot more people fighting for the win, because there's just such a greater incentivization to win a certain game. And it seems like it's working here as well. Even though both games have ended in a draw, they've been very, very fighting draws. And we're in the opening stage of game 3. We are 1 hour in, and we have a very standard position on the board here between Nils playing white, David playing black, coming from a Berlin, and some kind of, well, I'll show you very quickly the opening. If you've just joined, we had a Berlin defense, and here, instead of game 1 where Nils played castles, today he played d3, and after bishop c5 played this interesting move, bishop to a4, which has been tried by Magnus Carlsen amongst others. Curious little move. The idea is that sometimes you want to bring the bishop back to c2, as we actually see in the game, to prepare d4. Then after that, we got a fairly normal series of moves. David now has just rerouted his knight to the g6 square, which you want to do a lot in these positions. And Nils has gone d4, and it's over to David. David has got 1 hour 15 minutes. If my clock is correct. So he has actually spent a lot of time on moves, I would say, don't really require that much time. But I don't think he's going to be feeling too uncomfortable. The position is about level. Nils has finally broken with d4, and now it's up to David to decide what to do. And I guess he has kind of 3 moves. One is just to play rook e8, that's standard move. He can perhaps play, well, maybe he can play h6 as well. But one of the main ideas of rerouting this knight to g6 is it gives you the opportunity to play c6. And c6 both allows black to himself challenge in the center with d5 or bring the bishop back to c7. Both are plausible ideas. So David's just trying to work out now which one he wants to do. And he's in the tank, and that's the situation as things are.
And as David is thinking, Lawrence, we do have a few questions from the chat. Yobishi is asking, why is white's light squared bishop so important in the Ruy Lopez?
Why is the light squared bishop so important for white in the Ruy Lopez? Was that the question?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so the light squared bishop does a lot. I mean, it often joins an attack in when lines open up, either on this diagonal or this diagonal. Of course, it protects the e4 pawn a lot. And just thinking of, yeah, I mean, it's just one of the better bishops you have, and you don't really have much bite in the position if your c2 bishop disappears. So it's kind of important to try and preserve it, basically.
I think, I mean, you summed it up well, and we have been discussing throughout the match so far different, let's say, chess concepts, and to understand different concepts. And I guess the one you mentioned now is one of them, to kind of understand why that piece is an important piece in that type of opening. And I think a lot of players don't even think about that, at a lower level, or underestimate those concepts and ideas.
Exactly. These Rail Opuses, these Spanishes, they're very strategically complex. They're not easy to play at all, and little moves here and there also. These top players, they ask themselves, is there a difference between going c6 without h6 or c6 with rook e8? All of these little moves make a difference at the absolute top level, and they pay attention to detail. So this is absolutely a very rich opening, strategically speaking. 100%.
And we have a question from Jokke. Are the clock times correct today? And then Bobby says David has less time, so the clocks are probably correct. And I do think the clocks are correct today. We've been playing now for 1 hour and 50 minutes, so they do get 30 seconds extra per move. So that should be correct.
Yeah, that definitely feels correct to me. There's no way that Nils has spent 45 minutes in this position. Let me put it like that. Absolutely no chance. It's just up to David. Anybody else?
I was just about to say, keep the questions coming. Move suggestions. We like to interact with you during the game. So feel free to join in on the conversation.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people here now, by the way, at the chess shop here in London, because
right,
Shahada has started her book signing session. So the shop is completely full of chess players.
Really, it's full, is it?
Yeah. So it's a good atmosphere here today.
Fantastic.
First couple of days, I was completely alone most of the time, but now it's packed, and really looking forward to have her on the show afterwards.
Yeah, Jen will join us. I'm sure she can talk about her book. She can talk about the challenge match. So, I wonder the name of her book is Chess Queens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Women in chess. So, yeah.
I mean, after the Queen's Gambit series came out, I think that really had a big impact. On chess in general, but also in terms of encouraging girls and women to go into chess, and hopefully it helps on the recruitment of more female players.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had Queen's Gambit. I just commentated at a tournament in Gibraltar, Battle of the Sexes.
Yeah.
Which was a very interesting format, and perhaps I'll ask Jen what she thinks about that. I don't know her thoughts.
So how was that match? What was the setup of the tournament or the match?
So that was in Gibraltar this year. So obviously we didn't have our standard tournament this year in Gibraltar. And it was 2 teams of 10 players, 10 women against 10 men. The women players were some of the best in the world. Maria Muzichuk was there, Jansai Abdul Malik was there, Gunay Mamadzada was there, Marie Sebag, Antoinetta Stefanova. So, heavy hitters. And the men's team had an assortment of grandmasters who were very decent young players like Bilal Belhassain, players like Leandro Crissa, Ravi Haria played, and it was a very interesting event, because the concept was, well, how do 2 teams of and they had basically the same average elo, right? So the average elo was like 10 points difference. That was the point. And so it was very interesting to see how the women were going to do against the men when it was, on paper, a very even match. And it was a very even match in the end. I mean, it was very, very close. The men ended up winning the match, but it was by like 6 points, which is a very, very standard margin, let's say, for this kind of event, because there were 10 players, so there were 10 games and 10 rounds. So it was 100 games, and only a 6 point difference really doesn't provide anything super conclusive about.
And if I remember correctly, the women got off to a great start. I think they were up by a lot after the 2-3 first rounds, right?
Yeah, they had a great start. The women, the first 2 rounds, they crushed the men. And it was looking very bleak. And then after the second round, the big thing that happened was Antoinetta got COVID. So Nova got COVID, and when she got COVID, that was a big blow for the women's team, because she's such a big part. She's an experienced voice. She's obviously a great player. And actually, after that happened, the women's team struggled pretty much in every single round after that. Antoinetta then came back towards the end of the tournament, but it was already a bit too late, unfortunately. The men already had kind of a decisive advantage, and by the final round, the women had to win by a ridiculous margin in order to win, and they all had black, so that was never going to happen. So it was an interesting event. I think a lot of tweaks can be made on it,
So they kind of developed the concept, right? Because during the Gibraltar tournaments, you would have like a one-night event, Battle of the Sexes, but that was with mixed top players at the Open tournament,
right?
And just a one night only thing.
Right. So this was adapting the concept, and this was a case of trying to understand. Maybe Jen can talk about this when she's on the show, which is the big question of why is it that we still don't have a group of elite women chess players. Insofar as, we've got one woman player in the top 100 and that's it. And after that, it's probably Goyachkina, who might be top 200, but I'm not even sure if she's top 200 in the world. Yep. So why is that the case? Why is there such a discrepancy between the men and women? And that's what was, what they were trying to work out, basically, or experiment with. But I mentioned to Bryn that in order for a tournament like this to be really successful, you have to run the tournament many, many times. You need a much greater sample size than just 100 games, right? Mm-hmm. Not enough.
And I did discuss the event a little bit with Jovanka Hauska, and I can also mention that I've started a podcast with David Howell, the Late Night Show.
Yes.
So check it out on the.
Please do, yeah.
Check it out on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcasts, and we have a video version for the Chess24 premium members. You can find the video version there, and so we had Magnus Carlsen on for the first for the first episode, and then we have a long episode with Jovanka Hauska, and then we did an episode with Simon Williams, which is
fantastic,
about to be published, I think. So throughout the whole Champions Chess Tour season, we will be publishing new episodes. check out the late night show.
Check that out, guys. That's really, really fantastic.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, Kevin has a good question for Jennifer for later. So
okay, what's his question?
How does she divide her time between chess and poker? She's obviously
a great question.
Poker player as well. And he says, I'm sure she did a combined simul at Isle of Man at some point.
She may well have done that. We can ask her that as well. If she...
Yeah, I think there was some poker and chess tournament, I believe, at some point also.
There definitely was. I never played in it. I've been to the Isle of Man plenty of times, but I never actually played in that tournament. I did play in one poker and chess tournament before in Dublin. Actually, Jen was there, ironically. Jen was actually there. Did she play? Did she actually play? She might have even played herself. So the idea was... Yeah, I can't remember exactly how it worked. She can remind us, but basically something like we played a chess tournament, and then it was like a blitz tournament, and there were some decent players there. Like I didn't get 100%, and yeah, no, I didn't get 100%. I might have even lost a game. Like there were some IMs in there or something. And then, depending on how you did in the chess tournament, decided how many chips you got in the poker tournament. So let's say a starting stack would be 10,000 chips. If you won the chess tournament with 100%, then if you came like, I don't know, second or third, you would get 8,000 chips, and then so on and so forth. So there were groupings.
Yeah. But it's an interesting concept, and I mean, just the idea who's the best combined chess and poker player. It's a bit more luck involved, obviously, in poker compared to chess. You know, you do have chess boxing, you have different combinations of either sports or activities, which is quite fun. And we have had a lot of challenges for David on the Champions Chess Tour, combining chess, you know, in different ways. So yeah, I think it's really fascinating, and I would love to hear more about it.
Yeah, maybe we can hear from Jen on that. We have had 2 moves in the meantime. Nothing particularly crazy so far. David did go c6, which is the move I was saying that you almost always want to play when you've maneuvered the knight to g6. You can play c6. And now Nils has decided also not to commit, let's say, to a specific idea in the center and played the move pawn to a4. He's not necessarily threatening a5 exactly, but I'm curious. I'm curious how David will respond. For example, playing a5 yourself here looks totally logical. Coming back with the bishop also looks completely logical. Although I wonder if here Nils would think about the queen trade and then play a5, trying to just gain a little bit of space on the queen side, get a little bit of a,
But also in this position, Lawrence, a5 looks perfectly logical. But instead of a5, what about bishop g5, just to try and ruin the pawn structure on the? Is that a After you take the queen on d8, rook takes. So take on e5.
Yeah, take. Queen takes d8. Yeah.
And now try bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yeah, you can do this, but with the queens off, this, let's say you got this structure. This isn't actually particularly bad for black. Yeah. There's no real way to exploit the weaknesses. Black has got a bishop controlling the f5 square here, which is important. And so it's not the end of the world, this structure, basically. Especially with the queens off, there's no attack. So this isn't actually too bad for black.
And I guess the black knight has a really good square now on f4, and it's difficult to kick it away.
Yeah, black has a really nice square here. He has control of the d file. Yeah, it's just not that scary.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a much better move here is just to go a5, just to try and gain some space on the queen side. And then you'll follow up with bishop e3, knight bd2 like this. So for example, let's say black goes h6, bishop e3, bishop e6, knight bd2, something like this. And having this a4, a5 in your, already, advanced makes a big difference, because suddenly it's a bit tricky for black to actually develop, because you can't really get this rook into the game. You never really want to go a6, because then the b6 becomes very tender. I guess you can think about going b6 yourself, but now, of course, that presents other problems. Firstly, this might not even be a threat. White has got other ideas of a6, a6, b6. It's a little thing.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we've been joined by Malcolm Payne. Welcome to my studio.
Hello.
Malcolm, hello. How are you?
Yeah, well, it's great to see the chess shop here packed out with people who've come to see Jennifer Shahadi. It's really nice.
Absolutely. She's got her book Chess Queens.
Doing a signing. She's playing some of the girls from Lauren DaCosta's She Plays to Win group later. She's taken on all comers at Blitz and things. Yeah, no, it's really buzzing out there. It's great.
That's great. Fantastic.
Yeah. No, A4 is just one of those moves that grandmasters play and club players go, why? So it was good to have that discussion.
Did you hear what I was just saying, Malcolm, about why A4? Okay.
I think also that maybe one other way of trying to deal with it is to go B5 after A5 as well.
Yes.
But then
in that variation. Yeah.
You've always got to reckon with A6, eh?
Yeah, to go B5. Yeah, but now sometimes you can just leave this, right? You can just put a bishop on
Absolutely.
E3. You can snake round this square on C5 now.
Indeed,
Looks a bit tender.
Yeah. No, it's just a little nibble, as we say, a little nibble.
Yeah, it's not much, but top players they can make it work. So the question is, should David actually play A5 himself?
Probably. I think that I'm sure I've had this position in some Blitz or online game. But usually White usually goes rook E1 as well, doesn't he? Rook E1 and
rook E1, like rook E1 and H6 have often been inserted here with it. Because so many of these positions are so similar,
Black. I had. It's funny because I just discovered a photo of the playing hall from a tournament in Bermuda, 1995.
Oh right.
I was playing at Sophie Polgar, Dave Norwood, Maurice Ashley, and actually I had this position or something very similar to it. I think against Josh Waitskin. Remember him?
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay.
And what I learned in that game 30 plus years ago was that Black just can't sit there forever. Like I remember we sort of copied each other. So he went knight D2 to F1 to G3. I went knight C6 to E7 to G6. He went bishop E3. I went bishop E6. He went rook E1. I went rook E8. But sooner or later, it's White's move. He took on H6 at some moment, and I was in big trouble. You just couldn't sit there. And I think Black should try and figure out a way of going D5 in these positions if he's going to equalize.
Right. That's what we were saying. Yeah. I mean, you might even be able to go bishop C7 straight away and try and get in D5 very quickly. Feels as though you should have the rook on E8 though before you try it. I mean,
yes.
feels a little bit premature to do it without. So I guess that's what David is doing over. But I guess you're absolutely right. At some point, you could all make these moves, but at some point, you've actually got to do something, haven't you?
Yeah. So I guess his move choices are rook E8, H6, and A5.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you compare this with like the other sort of very similar E4, E5 structure and variation, which would be, say, like the mainline Rai Lopez. The big difference here is the bishop's on B6 and, say, not E7. So at least the A pawn's held up for a move. You don't have to worry much about A5 at least. And the bishops are a little bit more active in comparison with say in comparison, yeah, it's a little bit more active in comparison. It starts to look quite a lot like a bishop c4, bishop c5 position, doesn't it? Actually.
Yeah, it does. It gets to those sort of positions. I mean, you probably saw the opening, Malcolm. This
was it a Berlin, like a Berlin with d3 or something?
Yeah, so it was a Berlin here, knight f6, d3, bishop c5. So an anti-Berlin is called. We've seen this position lots and lots, right? d3, bishop c5, and here white can take. You can castle. You can go bishop g5. You can go c3. You can do all kinds of stuff. But here, Nils played the move bishop a4.
Oh, it's a little bit unusual.
A little bit unusual, but played by no less than Magnus Carlsen a couple years back.
Right.
This is actually a very cute move. I'll explain again just the nuance of this move and why, for example, there's a difference between playing that there and castles. Because after castles, black has now got this well-known response, knight d4.
Or hit the bishop.
And you're hitting the bishop. And after takes here and here, in fact, white would have liked to have gone d2, d4 in one move.
Yeah.
But now black is ready to go c6 and he's fine.
And d5 in one move.
Yeah, and d5 in one move. So white plays the move bishop a4 first. And now I think if black plays knight d4, you can probably just take on e5.
Yeah.
Because after queen e7, which this resembles a Scotch 4 knights in many ways, the knight comes back to f3. Black doesn't have this important d5 break.
And in comparison with the 4 knights game, white's gone d3 and not knight c3. So there's all kinds of extra options. He's got like pawn c3 and
exactly.
It's a very version. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is a cute little idea. But you can play normally with black and we get very standard positions. And I really like the way David has actually played.
I think in general terms, like I was having a chat with my son who plays a bit of chess nowadays about e4, e5 generally, and he was sort of complaining that there wasn't a lot going on for white in e4, e5 outside of these interesting sort of Max Langer things that have been on Chessable. And I was saying to you, actually, if there's one variation I think you should look at, if you just go back a few moves, to just say like move 4 or 5 or something, I was just saying to you that after d3, bishop c5, I think if you want an intense game where you can put pressure on an opponent for a long time, the variations with bishop takes c6 are the way to go. You know, long-term ideas for white with either knight d2 and eventually play for f4, or Victor Bologan's played, hasn't he, ideas with rook d1 and g4 in some positions here. It just seems to me that this, if you want to put pressure on an opponent, these are the more strategically rich ones, perhaps. But
yeah, exactly. And these are there was the famous in this line. When I think of a game, there was the famous game between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. I think it was the US Championships from about 3 or 4 years ago, where actually, Fabi ended up castling long and getting this knight to the f5 square. So lots of very rich strategic ideas.
And Hikaru had a couple of brilliant games. Didn't Hikaru beat Magnus in a similar position, right? Where his dark squared bishop became incredibly powerful. In one of the online games on Chess24, I think.
I can't remember that one.
I think there was. In any case, it's more a general point that if you're looking for an area to investigate and to learn and to understand and put pressure, I quite like these structures.
Agreed.
But it's clear, isn't it, that Nils has come very well prepared. I mean, 2 games in white, both on the a4 square, Lawrence. It's quite funny, a4 and bishop a4.
Agreed, yeah, a4, bishop a4, that's right, yeah. Nils is one of the things I like about him. He's a very creative player, enjoys chess, enjoys investigating, let's call it chess as well. And it's always a pleasure to watch him play because he does come up with some interesting ideas.
Yeah.
He seems so disciplined as well when he's working on his chess and preparations, and he doesn't do it halfway through. He's a thorough guy, to put it that way.
Yes, indeed. To David.
Go on. The nice thing about playing a move that's slightly non-standard, like a4, say, instead of rook e1, is you'll get David to burn another 20 minutes, free himself.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I think Nils actually looks for. Even the move bishop a4, take a few minutes off David's clock. The move a4, take a few more minutes. Because David, I mean, he's got 50 minutes,
Or 30 moves.
It's really like a position which he could have played in 3 minutes.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I mean,
or in the game, he might have played it in 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, to spend an hour and 10 minutes here is a bit bizarre for me. But
can you imagine what it's like when I'm captain of the England team and he's doing this, yeah?
The captain of the England team?
When I'm captain of the England team and I'm watching him doing, burning all his time.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it must be extremely... extremely frustrating, right?
It's just stress, Lawrence.
Yeah, but somehow he still manages it. Like even in the deep darkest time trouble, he kind of works it out for most of the time. I know he has accidents, of course, sometimes, but he manages to do quite well in time trouble, I find.
We do have a move, Lawrence.
Okay, do we?
I think my comment was quite prescient then. He's played d5 straight away.
Oh, I've managed to my you're going to have to just bear with me, guys. I'll be right. I am here. I'm just going to have to. I've had a little bit of sometimes this program freezes on me, so I've got some issue with my computer. I'll be right back. Just stay with me.
All right.
Okay. Now I should be back. Yes, and we do have a move. The move d5 has been played. So David...
it's incredibly logical, this, Lawrence. It's incredibly logical in a way, because if the standard move is rook e1, which I think it is, rook e1 inhibits d5. So...
And wow, and Nils playing instantly as well. So let's just take a moment to look at this move d5. So this is the critical reply. Breaking out, so reacting in this, look at this, talking about opening principles, reacting with a central break versus a flank move. That's what we're told. That's what we were taught when we were little young'uns coming up in the game. React with a central break. And now there's all of this tension in the center here. And it's very difficult to always sort of calculate this out. But let's see if we can before we look at Nils' move, because he rejected all the captures. I guess after e takes d5, he wanted to play the move e4. That's normally what you want to play. And after, let's say, knight e5, just to take back here, put the bishop here next move, and claim that this has not benefited white. In fact, white's pieces look a bit clumsy now, all on the queen side.
Reasonable claim, isn't it?
Yep. Now, if you take this way with the pawn, my assumption is that black wanted to play knight takes e4. And once again, what does white gain? Because you can't take, because after d takes e4, you lose the two bishops, and then the e5 pawn falls, and actually you're just tons worse. So the captures don't really work for white, hence why we see the very logical move, bishop g5. And this is perhaps why one of the reasons why Nils actually left his knight on b1, because he wanted to have this move in reserve. So bishop g5. And now the tension in the center becomes even more relevant. Because if you, let's say you play d takes e4 now. Now white has got a few options. You can take, but maybe you can just play knight takes e5. And this is a totally different kettle of fish, because now if you take on e5, d takes e5, this looks very bad for black. Queen takes, rook takes, the knight has to move, and then I can pick up the pawn. And if you put the knight on d7, absolute worst case scenario, I can go e6.
Yeah, there's another idea, Lawrence, also. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, with or without e6, it's just after bishop takes e4, suddenly you're threatening a5, a6. So
You mean in this position?
just go down the line that you had.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see.
So, yeah,
Just
and now
take.
you're threatening A5, A6. I wouldn't be in a hurry to play E6 just because of F2 being attacked, but this looks, this doesn't look very nice, maybe.
Yeah, also looking at it, feels wrong for black to allow that. So you can't really do that. Definitely feels wrong. So after bishop g5, then what other captures exist in this?
Let's be critical. Let's just go h6 and say, show me what you've got.
Okay, so h6. So now I really have got no option. I have to take, I guess. Bishop takes f6. And now, if you go queen takes, can I mean, it looks greedy, but can I just steal a pawn with e takes?
Well, I've got some monkey business planned, you know me.
Okay, so like this, and can I do this?
You probably can now.
Oh no, you can take. Sorry, h3 is hanging.
H3 is going if you do it that way. Yeah, I was
Right,
thinking
yeah.
you might take on e5 twice or something.
But this looks okay for black.
Well, I'm threatening bishop takes h3, right?
Also, yeah, bishop c7, bishop takes h3. So that doesn't. Okay, so h6, I like this move. So h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Yeah, looks fine. So I wonder what Nils' idea is here, because I'm struggling.
Can we actually just look at bishop g5, h6, bishop f6, queen f6? There's just can I just go into one of my little rants again? Just go e takes d5.
Yeah.
I just wonder, we went c takes, didn't we? Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, c takes is probably right. I was wondering about ed as well.
You could do that. I mean, things start to get messy. I mean, this doesn't look too bad for black either, to be honest.
I'm starting to get very interested. I mean, knight f4's coming. It's starting to get very, very, very dangerous for white.
Actually, it is. You're right. Just to explain, after, let's say, knight takes d4, you could just go knight f4 immediately, ignore the pawn, and suddenly there's a lot of fragility here. Queen g5, bishop takes h3, and queen g5 might exist. In fact, that might be a threat. For example, well, even a5 is probably stupid allowing, but let's just say knight here. Can you take with the idea that check, and white would love to go queen g4, but knight takes h3 actually picks up the queen, which is rather important.
Nice tactic. It's beginning to remind me of a certain brilliant game played at the English Rapid Play Championships by one Lawrence Trent against Ravi Harrier, actually.
That was my last great game, and I expect that to stand for the next 5 years before I play another good one. That was a good game, actually. I was pretty happy with that one. But yeah, I'm kind of confused then, because I don't really see what the idea is here for white after ED, either ED or just taking back. I think I would probably take here. I mean, I would start getting very excited about being able to put this knight on f4. I would start.
What about if we go queen takes, bishop takes d4? So knight. So e takes d4, knight takes d4. Oh no, but you go knight f4 immediately. Yeah, no, forget it. Yep.
Yeah, and we're just ignoring
knight f4 straight in. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, there's no nuances. Okay. No, I have another idea.
Okay.
When I think queen takes d4, what I'm trying to do, a5 then in that case. So yeah, ed.
Sorry.
Yeah. So
ED, yeah.
Maybe a5.
Okay, I'll go bishop c7.
Now queen takes d4 is what my brain was trying to tell me. Yeah.
This is clever.
I don't
This is clever.
really believe it, but it's something maybe.
No, this is absolutely possible.
Somehow.
This is why isn't this possible? This looks absolutely plausible to me.
Yeah. Because you've probably got to take on d4. Probably. I mean, queen takes f6 and bishop takes h6 is a bit annoying.
No, there's no bishop takes h6. We haven't got a bishop.
Oh, we haven't got a bishop. Maybe knight e5 is possible.
Yeah.
But this feels like it might be.
Knight e5 is an interesting idea, Malcolm. Yeah. That's the move I would play, because I think after queen takes e4, white is suddenly very happy after knight.
Feels like an edge, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like a clear edge for white.
Yeah. No, but knight e5 is very interesting.
Yeah.
because now this is a thread. If you take, I take. I've got the two bishops pointing towards the king.
And if you go knight bleeding 2, just rook d8 or something.
Yeah, rook d8 is also a very sensible move. Yeah, I mean, things can get completely out of line, can't they?
Yes.
Basically, they're very, very quickly from a very mellow-looking position. Suddenly, you play d5, and the position opens up, and all of a sudden, there are all of these tactics and tension and everything else. But you know what?
Yesterday's game, because that also looked not boring, but nothing much was going on the first 10, 12 moves, and then all the different tactics,
Guys, David really missed a chance, didn't he, when he was in time pressure yesterday, right? I mean, I thought he was just going to end up a pawn up in the ending, but it didn't happen, right? Or...
Yeah, he missed a chance with this queen d7 and then rook takes d8, it seems.
Yeah. Later on, was there a knight e5 maybe?
Yeah, we looked at knight e5, Lawrence, but he didn't.
Yeah, there was a knight e5, and there were lots of little missed opportunities, it seems, there for David. But now maybe he'll get an opportunity with black today. Depends.
In this situation. So.
Well, he's had another 10-minute think.
Well, David is down to 40 minutes, and Nils has got an hour and 40 minutes, and we've not even really started the fireworks yet.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious at how this is going to actually work out.
Okay, I've got one other idea, Lawrence.
Okay.
H6, bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. A5.
Bishop c7, I guess.
And then maybe just knight d2.
Just holding things together.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take on d4.
I mean, please don't take this as advocating this. It's just an idea. Yeah, take back with a pawn, I suppose.
Yeah, because you want to go e5, don't you?
Exactly, and then my a5 makes sense. Then my a5 is restraining black's pawn majority, and I've,
Let me take on e4.
Yep, absolutely. Knight takes, and now queen f4, looks like it's good.
But g3 is very awkward.
Yeah, it just looks like
my queen has got no squares. I have to put it on f5, but this looks suicidal. I mean, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's one of the...
I mean, we should just investigate this. There may be some huge number of cheapos. Yeah. Knight d6, queen h3, knight c8, bishop g12. Tricky stuff.
Very, very tricky.
Lawrence is a very interesting cheapo.
Okay.
Oh, no, it doesn't work. Sorry, I was trying to play after knight d6, queen h3, knight c8. I was trying to play knight h. No, it doesn't quite work.
No.
It just doesn't quite work. It's very close. No, but maybe knight f4 works then. Probably.
Really?
Just
and if I take?
g4. Queen h3.
And it's a draw.
I'm hoping, yeah, that was the plan.
Because this is over, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the cheapo.
Well, that's nice. That's a nice spot. Yeah, lots of stuff. Now, with all of this stuff to calculate, this is genius by Nils. Because David could easily spend 20 minutes, half an hour per move. You know how David is, and then we could get to a critical spot. And he has to...
Well, it might be time for the traditional spread bet of when he's going to be down to increment.
Exactly. I'm going to go for today. Where are we? Move 12. I think he'll be on increment by move 24.
Funny, I was going to say 25.
There we go. We haven't got much of a spread. We can't take 24 and a half, right? Yeah. So okay, that's it. So what else is going on, Malcolm? Apart from
there's not a lot going on politically. I was in a 4-hour meeting with the European Chess Union.
Okay.
Yesterday, discussing what measures to take against the Russian and Belarusian chess federations, and the Ukrainian delegate spoke very passionately, obviously, and wanted the strongest possible measures, and the European Chess Union board went quite a long way in that direction, I'd say. Essentially suspending the Russian and Belarusian chess federations from the European Chess Union, and also banning players from playing under the Russian or Belarusian flags, which doesn't mean they can't play at all, but they'd have to change their nationality within FIDE. And also, it was pointed out at the meeting, well, by me amongst others, that, you know, if you look at the supervisory board and the board and the board of trustees of the Russian Chess Federation, it includes, I think, 8 sanctioned individuals, including the defense minister. You know, we really want an organization within FIDE or the ECU that has the Russian defense minister on its board. I don't really think we do, to be honest.
Right.
In its current form. So so those sanctions have been announced on the European Chess Union website. The English Chess Federation kind of is following the ECU line as a matter of policy, and it's all very sad. It's all very sad.
Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? What's going on?
Yeah. So that was the development yesterday.
Well, one thing I will say is that I've been thinking about this a lot, and a lot of the Russian chess players, not so much Belarusian, I haven't seen, but a lot of the top Russian chess players, Fidler, Grishchuk, amongst others. Yeah, amongst others.
Evgeny signed, Ildar Kairulin signed. I mean, a lot of people signed this thing that was on chessnews.ru.
Yeah.
The point is, though, that, I mean, I actually think that opinions divided amongst Russian chess players.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean, it was pointed out in the meeting. I'm not going to name any names, but some other Russian chess players have come out very much in favour of the war, which is really sad, but not totally unexpected, I guess. And it just seems to me, you know what it reminds me of? That there are very rare occasions in kind of geopolitics when something is just so unequivocally wrong that you can't really be on one side. You've got to be on the other side. You know, apartheid was one of those things, for example, in South Africa. It was something that the whole world could say, well, this is clearly wrong. And I was reasonably closely involved in that because some of my family are from South Africa, so I know about it and experienced some of it. And it's one of those things where you just have to be steadfast for a long time until you succeed, I feel. And a lot of good people suffered in South Africa because of the policies of their government, and I fear the same thing's going to happen here.
Yeah, it's all very sad. But my one question I want to ask you, Malcolm, is: do you think the Russian players that are outspoken against this and clearly against the actions of the Russian government should be penalized in terms of not being able to play tournaments? I mean, not playing under the flag, fair enough, but surely they shouldn't be penalized from actually being able to play.
I mean, the first thing to say about these players is that they've been unbelievably brave.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say too much about this, but during communist times, I was in very close touch with people who were doing even braver things than this in communist Russia. And it's an act of huge bravery for them because they can very easily be stripped of all their privileges and even, arrested. So everyone should reflect on how brave Grishchuk was when he spoke out in Belgrade and how brave all the players were who signed that declaration. Because people who live in Russia don't have the privileges of people who live in other countries of being able to say what they think without fear. Exactly. And so that, for me, is the hardest part of all of this, is that there are some people who've spoken out in incredibly difficult circumstances and you really don't want to do anything to harm them. And at least there is the get out of playing under a different flag. But this is an almost impossibly difficult decision to make. But I would just say that in the early stages of the war, it feels right to do what's been done because nothing's irreversible.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
All right, Lawrence, I think we
Yes.
should get up to date on the position, and then
let's do that.
we'll go for a short break before
Sure.
Shahada will join us afterwards.
Okay. So we've got the position with exactly what we said. So we saw bishop g5, and indeed, as Malcolm proposed, show me what you got with h6. Bishop takes f6. Yeah, h6, bishop takes f6, and queen takes f6. And this is the position here with Nils to play, and he's contemplating now which move to play. And I guess, well, he's not contemplating anymore because he has played the move e takes d5.
Yeah, I mean, it would be strange for him to think for a long time when he flashed out bishop g5 instantly, right? So,
yeah. And also he's only used 22 minutes, which makes me believe that actually we're probably still in his prep. You don't really play this position in 20 minutes. So I'm very curious if after e takes d4, as you said, Malcolm, this lovely little Zwischenzug a5 and queen takes d4 might be a decent solution for white. Alternatively, after e takes d5, is black just going to take back with c takes d5 and play this isolated queen's pawn position, which actually looks fairly reasonable. By the way, I've just noticed out the corner of my eye, white can take this knight off. Sorry. Can you actually even take back on d5? Is bishop takes g6 just winning a pawn?
Well, you're going to go e4, no?
You want to go e4 here? Wow. Okay. Holy smokes.
I thought this was quite random.
Yeah. No, this is a great move. Can I go here?
You can, and it's getting very, very random.
6. This is all far too random for me. 95 perhaps here?
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean it gets random. But no, David responds with e takes d4 instantly. So he was thinking about this, and he does go for that line e takes d5, e takes d4, which is what we've been looking at.
So
and now
you've got the two bishops. You want to open it up, right? I mean, it's
right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, Lawrence, I think we have to take a short break while Nils is having a think.
Thank you for having me on, guys.
Yeah.
See you later.
Pleasure.
All right. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I don't really know what my expectations were when I grew up. I just wanted to make games. I didn't really consider where that would take me. Today, I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Mojang in Stockholm. We have more than 120 million monthly active users and more than 200 million sold copies of Minecraft. I often get a question on why is Minecraft so successful? I believe it's the way you interact with the world. It's very simple and you have a big impact on just small actions. You quickly realize that you can build anything, so it gives you a very sense of empowerment. I came to Mojang because I've always been making games my entire life. Marcus Persson, he created Minecraft, and his idea was to create more games with the support of the success of Minecraft. I got asked if I knew someone that could help them develop a new game. I said, well, I volunteer myself. For the first year, it was just me and Marcus working on Minecraft. It was really indie spirit, as we say in the industry, like we were just doing things for fun. Sometimes we could have an idea on the Monday that was released on the Friday. So it was very high tempo and a lot of fun. When I started, the game had already sold 700,000 copies, which was amazing and more or less unheard of in the indie game scene. We believed that we had peaked. But we quickly realized that Minecraft is here to stay. So that meant that I would take over the lead development of the creative vision for Minecraft. I think the most fun part about making games is the early phase where everything is possible. And it's both about creating a world, but also creating the rule sets of this world. When I look around, I always look at things and think about them in terms of game development. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse. For instance, when we were on a holiday in Singapore, and they have these amazing plants that grow on the trees, like flowers. And I was thinking, oh, that we could use that. Like, Sweden might be a good place to be a nerd. Well, we have these really long, dark winters, so it's not strange if anyone just stays indoors a whole weekend and working on something on their computers. That's potentially one of the reasons why we have so many good music artists and also game developers, and we have the time to really geek out on specific topics.
Så vi har ju precis snapshotat lite olika features till Caves och Cliffs, till exempel koppar, och vi har fått in lite olika feedback, så jag tänkte kolla lite med dig vad du tänker.
Today I'm more guiding and directing ideas, and Agnes Larsson is now leading the design team for Minecraft. We know that kids play a lot of Minecraft, so when we add new features, we try to consider if we can make this feature in a way that teaches them something. One of the reasons why we added bees was to put attention to that bees are very important for pollination, but also for the way we produce food. And also, Minecraft is a fantasy world, and not everything works as it does in real life, obviously. When I play Minecraft with my son, I build things, and my son, he wants to go on an adventure. So he just says, come on, Dad, we need to go. And I'll say, okay, I'll follow you. When we're out exploring, I'm more like, oh, can we go back now? Can we continue building on the castle instead? And he's like, no, Dad. I'm always thinking about what I'm working on next. You never really sit down and say, oh, this is it. It never really ends. You just follow your drive.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hello everybody, welcome back. This is game 3, I should say, of this challenge match, special match between Nils Grandelius and David Howell, taking place at the Swedish Embassy in the heart of London. The game is in full flow. It's actually getting to a very exciting moment in the middle game after a reasonably quiet opening. We will go back to that in a second, but for the moment, we're joined by the one and only Jennifer Shahadi, who has made the trip across the pond and has been in the London Chess Centre. Jen, tell us, what on earth are you doing so many thousands of miles away from home?
Oh, well, it's great to step outside Philadelphia. It's been a long 3 years, but yes, I am visiting my friends in London with my son and my husband, and I am promoting the reboot of my book, Chess Queens. I've been doing a lot of fun things. Like today, I went to a girls' school, talked to them about chess. I had a lot of fun events, and a bunch of podcasts and interviews. And yeah, it's great to be here. The London chess community is so awesome. I'm just sad that you're not here, Lawrence.
I know. Actually, I would have come under normal circumstances, but believe it or not, when I was asked to fill in for some commentary, I'm actually later going to the other side of Germany, believe it or not, to actually play chess for the first time since I can remember. I'm playing the Bundesliga North, which is the second division of the Bundesliga. So I already committed to that, so I couldn't go to London then fly back, which is too much. But thanks to Zoom and various technological wonderful advances, we can do this. But yes, next time, hopefully I can come home and see everybody. But tell us, Jen, a bit about the book and what it's all about, because I know there's been a lot of people in the London Chess Centre wanting a signed copy, and you've got some activities, so maybe you can explain what's been going on.
Well, yeah, Chess Queens is a book about the great women players of history, and my own story intertwined with that. It's also about some lesser known players. So it's not just about Beremenchik and the Polgar sisters and Grandelius, although all of those players are of course mentioned. I also talk about some lesser known women players who I feel like have been really influential in their own ways. Sonia Graf, who was this incredible bon vivant, who was second only to Beremenchik in her time, hated Nazis, so that's a big W for her in everyone's column. In fact, she hated Nazis so much that they banned her for playing from Germany in 1939.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
There are just some incredible stories about the women, the great women of chess, from the greatest players to some real heroic women. There was a woman, the second women's world champion. She was born in Ukraine, Soviet champion, Ludmila Rudenko.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was actually a war hero. She saved trains full of children from the siege of Leningrad.
Wow.
And managed to evacuate children before the Nazis enclosed in the city. So there's just a lot of amazing things that women have done in chess that I feel like haven't gotten enough attention. So that's what Chess Queens is all about.
Fantastic. Yeah, it sounds like lots of fantastic stories there. And people can get a copy, obviously, if they're in London. Can they also get it online somewhere as well? Where can they find the book?
Yeah, well, it's actually at the London Chess and Bridge shop because I'm here. I'm not going to mention any other sellers. This is literally the only place you can get it. Of course, there might be a few lesser known shops. Let's not name them.
Okay.
The London Chess and Bridge shop also has signed copies by me. So that's, until they run out, that's like a really good place to order it. And I also do an audiobook and an ebook as well, if that's up your alley. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that's great. And so it's funny because, the book you said details a lot of the great women players. You are constantly asked, I guess, about women in chess and the role of women in chess and development and the future of women in chess. We're on a positive trajectory, at least, as far as I can see. Would you agree with that things are improving year by year?
I definitely think so. I think the conversation is improving. I feel like people are more progressive and they're more respectful and positive of women, but we can always do more. And I love that that's the majority viewpoint. But that also means that sometimes there are people who are less excited and complimentary towards women that kind of aren't vocal about it, but it festers underneath the surface. So I still think there's a lot of work to be done, but we've made so much progress. Even if you look at the comment section on tournaments where women play today and 10 years ago, oh my gosh, it's night and day. So much more positive now.
And I have a question. Obviously, the Queen's Gambit was so popular and did a lot for chess in general. And it was in the beginning of the pandemic as well. So a lot of players discovered chess, especially online chess. But do you feel that the Queen's Gambit also introduced more female players to the game of chess?
Mm-hmm. It did. I think that it inspired a lot of girls. It inspired a lot of moms to actually learn the rules. And I do a lot of work with U.S. Chess Women. That's my nonprofit org. And we got a lot of comments from women who wanted to learn the game because they saw that show. That said, I actually think that because the growth of the Queen's Gambit came at the same time as like online chess boom, it wasn't as women dominated as I would have liked to see it. That's because what we had is we have chess, which is already like very male dominated. Then you have tech, like streaming and tech. That's also very male. So even though like the Queen's Gambit was like a very women-centric force, I still think the boom, a lot of it was men. And that's great. I'd like to see more people in the game. It's wonderful. But I would like to also, now that we've kind of like had that chess boom, it would be nice to work on the women because like that's the next frontier of growth, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I think plenty more work can be done, but we need more voices, more contributors, and yeah, I actually, Jen, this is slightly, I mean, it's a controversial point, but I'll ask you anyway because I'm curious on your thoughts. I just commentated on a tournament in Gibraltar called Battle of the Sexes. I don't know if you're aware of it. Where it was
John Saunders, who was the press officer, just had me sign a book. He's here. So we chatted a little bit about it already.
Okay. So what did you think of the concept? Do you think it was useful? Ultimately the idea was to kind of raise awareness of women's chess. And Gibraltar has done a lot, especially for, I would say, professional women's chess, which I know is a completely different side of things. But, you know, if you think about over the years, just the opportunities given, the prize money given, and what do you think about, that side of the professional side?
I think it's great. I know the Challengers Tour with Judith Polgar advising has had a lot of experiments also with like bringing women in, but into a mixed field, or in the Battle of the Sexes, having women play against men of similar ratings. I think it's brilliant. I love the idea. It's creative. And I think that women's tournaments are really positive force overall, but I do think that there's also room for creativity. Rather than every time you want to support women's chess, just come up with like a round robin of women players.
Right.
Like there's other things that we can do that I think are really appealing to the press. Because ultimately one of the reasons chess is so tantalizing as a metaphor for equality and human potential is because all ages, all genders can play on the same playing field. So when you do things like Battle of the Sexes or get women in a mixed field, you're really harnessing that potential of chess in a very appealing way to the mainstream, which obviously helps us with growth. And I think that's one reason the Queen's Gambit was so popular, because we saw Beth Herman thrashing all the men.
Right.
And people wanted to channel that in whatever they do, chess, business, just want to be that, boss of the chessboard. And by the way, I would like to point out that this game, if you ever want to like divert our attention to it, please let me know. It looks like
things have spiced up. Maybe we can get your opinion on things, because we had this position a couple moves ago where Nils had just played Bishop G5, and there's all this tension in the center here with these pawns. And David just said, "I'm not too worried. I'm going to go H6." Nils was forced to take. And now after E takes D5, David played the move that we were looking at, which was to take on D4. The problem with C takes D5 is that white might just be able to lock this knight off and then take on E5. And if you establish a knight there, it's a full pawn and just very good. So David took on D4, and now Nils played the move. No, he didn't play knight takes D4.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, and then.
Sorry, he flicked in this move, which is what the move that Malcolm suggested, a very useful in-between move, A5. Hitting the bishop has to go back, and now you can take on D4 with the queen, which is the point. And in fact, David has recaptured on D4 with the queen. So David's attacking ambitions in this game are very much non-existent now, because, I don't really know what Nils is. Is Nils seriously contemplating taking back with the pawn here? Is that why he's taking a moment? Because
I don't know. That seems, unless there's like some very concrete variation with trying to think like the instinctual idea would be to take with the knight, so that after pawn takes pawn, you have that superior structure for white, which hopefully will compensate for the fact that black has the 2 bishops. So there's that imbalance. Better structure for white, but 2 bishops for black. So taking with the pawn, what would be compensating there for the 2 bishops after pawn takes d5? Like, is there some idea with bishop b3 and a6?
I wonder if he's really seriously contemplating this move. I know it looks strange to play this and to play knight c3, hit this pawn, and if you play bishop e6 just to play something like rook e1, land a knight on e5, maybe play knight b5, but I don't buy it. I mean, I don't like it intuitively. It doesn't.
I don't know if it's good, Lawrence, but you also have bishop takes h3 idea.
Yeah. So I'm missing tech. But now knight takes d5.
Yeah, that looks.
Bishop d6. I mean,
I don't know.
It's not clear at all, is it?
I just feel that with the bishop pair, if the position opens up even more, I think David will have a.
Now, if knight e5. Now, if knight e5, we're actually threatening pawn takes h3 as well as knight takes d6. Okay, but now you have bishop e6. That saves the day.
Yeah, and it always feels like the 2 bishops are always going to grant black enough play for the, whites let's call it an extra pawn here on d4. I don't think he's going to go for this because knight takes d4 is such a more easy way of playing. You don't have to get into all of these wild complications because after knight takes d4, I'm pretty sure you have to take back on d5.
Although I do think it's interesting what if you take with the pawn and then you just try to pile up on d5? Is there any?
Yeah, I mean this is the standard way of doing it, right? You just play probably complete development first, something like knight d2. You can maybe put this knight on b3. So let's say, again, it's not easy to suggest because putting the bishop here doesn't really seem like it does very much. So I don't know, knight f4 or even knight f4 doesn't really impress that much. Now maybe you can. I don't think I want to go b4 because I weaken this c3 square. So what if I put the knight on b3 and then I put the rook on d1? The reason I put the knight on b3 is to guard this pawn. And I slowly unravel. I put the rook on d1, maybe double, maybe try and get rid of this knight with some knight e2, and just at some point attack this pawn and try and win it, and try and win a technical ending. It doesn't really feel like black is up to too much here. This pawn on a5 is a real cramping device on the queen side. I hate playing these positions black. If I had a queen on the board, it would be a different story. But
yes, chess queens make everything better.
There you go.
I come here to talk about chess queens, and the second I get in, they trade off the queens. It's like I jinxed them.
There you go. Fantastic.
But actually, Lawrence, we did look at knight e5 instead of taking on d4. Was that?
Yeah, we did look at knight. Yeah, well, he has taken on d4, right? But
the queen's on the board.
Knight e5. I think Malcolm's suggestion of knight d2 was actually very good here.
Yeah.
C takes d5, and maybe you can just take because after bishop e6, maybe I can go queen e4. It's a bit annoying because I'm threatening mate. And actually, this looks like a pawn. Because, yeah, you might have a little bit of compensation, but not really. Once I start getting my pieces round the right way, even this might be on pre.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That I might be able to take that one as well.
Just got to be a little bit careful that I don't run into some. But even this, I'm probably surviving this with white. I don't know. Queen e4 is coming next. Feels like a pawn to me, at least. So I think, so queen takes d4. Yeah. And yeah, Nils still thinking, which I have to say, I mean, I would give it a moment's thought because it's probably worth thinking about, but I'll be really shocked if he plays it because this really is just an edge and a really decent one. And when you're white against somebody like David, I think you should just be happy with something like this.
But I think it's also instructive that the great players, they always, not always, but they frequently go into deep things right before the capture. which is really illogical because that's where the nature of the game will change dramatically. And I see so many young players not do that. Like they'll just have a desire or bias towards a certain character and just do it instantly.
Precisely. Yeah. So, yeah, the top players, they look at everything, don't they? They very rarely miss a beat. You know, and the fact that he's just having a look at this as well shows.
He has an hour and 25 minutes on the clock, so what does he have to lose? You know, nothing to lose here, especially as the position, you know, is more simple. So he's unlikely to need that hour later on. So yeah, this match going on in the heart of London, so cool. I just happened to be in town, and I was really excited to see that this is being hosted.
Oh, so you had already planned to be there. This was just a coincidence that this was going on, was it? Or exactly. Did you know? Oh, wow.
Often something good going in chess in London, but probably not in recent times. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool week to be here in London. Now, I understand you guys are also fundraising on the show for your brain.
That's correct.
We are. Yeah. We've got, I believe the link is, you've got the QR code, and you've got the link. You can probably find it in chat as well. Please do, if you can, contribute. We've raised $9,222 so far. Plus, well, I don't know if Malcolm has also generously donated $1,000. Myself and Askild as well will chip in, and anybody else who can, please do. It is for a great cause. The Norwegian Refugee Council is going to ensure that the funds are sent to people who really need them. There's no middlemen or anything like that. They're the top organization in the whole of Norway, and they're helping all of these poor people who are suffering an absolute tragedy.
So they're sending it to refugees, Ukrainian refugees from all over, or just specifically ones that make their way to Norway?
Nope, I don't think it's those that just make it to Norway. I think it's just in general they're investing and sending it to people in need. I don't know exactly how it's structured. I guess you would have to ask them directly, but they're a top organization, and the money will be well spent. So please do donate if you are in a position to do so. We had a fantastic donation yesterday from Hardy Gatti, who donated a cool $1,000 straight up, which is obviously extremely generous. So we want to get to that $20,000 goal. We're, of course, easily going to hit that before the end of the match. It's only game 3, and we've done practically half. But just because we reached 20,000 doesn't mean we stop there. We want to just keep on going and raising as much money as possible. So,
well, I'll definitely donate as well. And I think that it's wonderful to see the chess community be so generous. Of course, it really hits so home to chess players, as we have so many great Ukrainian chess friends and players. So it's really such a heartfelt cause to us all, and seeing all the players be so quick to act and generous is really moving.
Yeah, it is. It's great to see the community come together. Obviously, I think pretty much 99% of the community understands what's how serious a tragedy this is. So we will do our best. Jen, I've got another question for you that's slightly off topic, because actually Askild and I were talking about it before you came on, which is, of course, you're not just well known for being a chess player and writing books and being a commentator over in St. Louis, but obviously your poker exploits for years. And this is what you're going to clarify. Are you still an ambassador for PokerStars? I know you were for many years. What's the situation with your poker career at the moment?
Oh, great question. Yeah, I am an ambassador for PokerStars. Actually, they have PokerStars in the state that I live in. They're in United States. Most states don't have regulated poker, but mine does. Pennsylvania. I live in Philadelphia.
Right.
So I am a PokerStars ambassador. I also am an ambassador for an organization called Poker Power, which like aims to get more women into poker to teach them like life and business skills, which is so cool because it's so similar to what I do in chess with U.S. chess women. So I'm still very much in poker, although I have to say for the last few months I've been in the lab with chess queens. It's been a big effort, and I think that in the end of the day the book looks great. But I am excited to get back out there and travel more and play poker again. I'll probably be going to Monaco for the European Poker Tour and definitely the World Series of Poker. So I'm very enthusiastic now that, of course, some of the events have been put back on. Many events were canceled for a couple of years.
Sure.
Live events.
So you're gonna play some live poker when you get the chance as well in the near future.
Yes, the near future to Monaco and Las Vegas.
Fantastic.
You gonna be there, Lawrence?
No, my poker days are way behind me. I'm done. I'm done. When you've played the years of the most volatile form, it's just I haven't got the will, or I just haven't got I've suffered more bad beats in one session that would make people quit after just an hour of playing. I'm just up to my neck in it. I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm very happy at the moment doing a lot of obviously chess related stuff and producing courses. I've got a new course for Chessable that is pretty much ready. That's going to come out as well soon.
What's it on?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to reveal it, so I won't just say it just yet. It's 95% done, but obviously excited about that. It's taking me forever because it's completely new theory. I've had to basically create my own theory. It's not a mainline or anything like that, so I've literally had to just work out stuff. A bit like they did in the early days.
I think you will like it. I actually have some inside information, but let's.
Maybe I'll tell Jen maybe off air because I just want to clear it with the guys because maybe they want to make.
Maybe one night secret.
But we're all looking forward to it, Lawrence.
Yes.
And we do have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Some were mentioning to have more chess and poker events. What are your thoughts on that, to combine the two?
Yeah, Lawrence played in, I think, one of my chess poker events that I ran with PokerStars, where we did this really fun hybrid event where you started out by playing chess, and then the number of chess games you won determined how many chips you got in the poker tournament.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. That's
so fun. Maxime played in one of them. He didn't win. Fressinet played in one. Some really, really great chess players. Mickey Adams actually got second place in one of our events. The press was really hoping he'd get it done. But yes, those have been really fun. They're, of course, a little bit of a challenge to organize because you need a poker tournament director and a chess tournament director. And they need to be running a tight ship because you need to transition from one to the other. It's really fun. And so I hope we can do another one of those now that live things are opening up again. And I also think that there are other ways to kind of tie chess and poker together. A lot of poker players really love chess. So
and the other way around.
Yeah.
And me and Lawrence, we've been playing in Gibraltar 10, 15 years. And they used to host a poker tournament one of the days. And I remember winning one year, the poker tournament. I was beating Etienne Bacro, heads up.
Ah, nice.
And
Good job.
That was one of my finest achievements, at least in terms of poker. There's a lot of interest for poker in the chess community.
But here's the thing. You need to have a chess poker tournament because that way you can say that you beat Etienne Bacro in a chess tournament.
That's correct.
Because it wouldn't be a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm all for that. So let's make it happen.
Yes.
I'm ready to play chess and poker tournament soon.
Yeah, we played with some of the people who won were great poker players, but they didn't play chess at all. And then on their Hendon Mob, which is basically a website that shows you how much money poker players have won, their Hendon Mob says that they won the chess poker tournament, and they came out ahead of like Mickey Adams and like Maxime, and they've never they lost all their chess games, every single one. But then when the poker came, they managed to outplay and also double up many times.
Yeah.
Because I think the format of the poker was such that if you knew a little bit of something about poker, you would do quite well. But if you didn't, you would just get absolutely ravished.
Yeah, that tends to be the way. But it is interesting, isn't it? How many great chess players do enjoy poker and are actually very decent at it as well. I mean,
yeah, it's true. It's hard. The money management can be hard for some of them.
Yeah,
because chess doesn't require money management or probabilistic thinking. I think the overall approach, like how to get better at a game, how to like ruthlessly assess your weaknesses and make sure you're bringing in your A game, like all that stuff comes naturally to a chess player. How to manage their money, how to think about getting unlucky and lucky and showing their emotion. Some skills come a lot less naturally.
And I guess in recent years, it's been easier to prepare in poker as well. We have all these different tools and statistics and so on. So how can a professional poker player prepare for an important event or final table? Or
That's true. There's a lot of software that they use that reminds me a lot of the poker software, although it's kind of in a more nascent form, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word right. Nascent, I think is correct. I actually, when I did the audiobook for Chess Queens, I realized how many words I mispronounce. And my friends assured me that just means that you read a lot. Don't worry. But anyway, it's in a more early form just because chess players have been studying with computer programs for so long. Now, poker, many people have been studying with them for like 8-9 years. Some people have only been working with them for a few years. So there's some really famous ones, and new ones are coming out all the time. And basically, the idea is that you play against an AI, and it tests you on, how much you know about the theory of poker. And then you see what you're bad at, and you're supposed to work on it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you said you had another question for me in the chat.
We have another question from Kevin Winter, wondering, does Jen know Lisa Lane, one of the first recognized US players? Did she have an impact on women's chess in the US?
Absolutely, and Lisa Lane is featured in my book. She was the 1959 U.S. Women's Chess Champion, and she was also the first chess player of any gender to appear on Sports Illustrated.
Wow!
So she actually beat Bobby Fischer to the task. She was an incredible personality. She was hilarious. She's from Philadelphia, so obviously she was cool. But one of her favorite lines was, "I hate anyone who beats me." She also said, of course people are going to be interested in me because I'm a beautiful woman and I'm a chess player. They're going to be interested in somebody like me who brings attention to the game. So she was just very frank, very upfront, knew what she wanted and went for it. And I think in those days that was important. You had to just like go out there and be super ambitious, because otherwise people were going to second guess you, like, oh, you're a girl. Another thing about Lisa Lane that was interesting in American chess was that a lot of the early American women chess champions were very wealthy. It's a bit of a class thing. So they had tons of money, and they played chess and trained chess and traveled to chess tournaments on their own time. Lisa Lane was one of the first who was actually trying to make a bit of a living through the game. So she was very significant. And she was like, these prize money is not enough. She's trying to fight for a more equal wage. In the U.S. Championship, one of the U.S. Championships she played, the women's prize was $300 and the man's prize was like $6,000.
Wow. Right.
So yeah, it was such a massive discrepancy. And she was actually protesting outside the chess club that she owned in the village in New York City, and said, 10 men for one woman, or what? Actually, yeah, like why does 10 women equal one man? And yeah, she didn't succeed, but I think that in retrospect, she succeeded, because now the women's prize funds are a lot higher in many events. And that's really nice to see. So yeah, she's in my book too.
So can I ask, this is going to sound really, sorry, I didn't get which era she was from.
She won the 1959 U.S. Women's Championship, and she also tied for first in like the 61.
Okay.
Yeah, so she quit chess soon after that.
I see. Okay.
She actually said that one of the reasons she quit chess, or a couple, one was that she got tired of being introduced as a chess champion at parties, and as being introduced as a woman's chess champion. Because she said she would just get so many questions, and people would also be upset that she was a woman's chess champion and not just a chess champion. So yeah, she was very, I guess, sensitive.
Right.
Even though she loved press, she was also quite sensitive. So she stopped playing at some point. And yeah, that's a great character. I mean, there's so many characters like that in the game that I think also like not only tell you something about chess history, but also tell you something about the history of women's rights at the time that they played. And that's why I think chess is like a really interesting prism to look at feminism and women's issues.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. By the way, in the game, just as a thing, and Jen, by the way, if you have to go do some more signing, play some games or whatever, you just you do what you got to do. In the game, it ended up going the way that I expected it to go. I mean, Nils had a long, hard look at taking with the pawn, I think, but in the end, he just probably told himself, you know, what am I doing? I'm just going to settle for the c65 and knight d2. Exactly the position that we had on the board previously. And now it's up to David to find a way. Now, as I said, I personally hate playing these positions here for black, because without the queens, you really don't generate very much. The fact that white has got this space advantage already on the queen side is very bothersome. This pawn on a5 bothers me a lot because it accomplishes a lot of things, and there's always a6 that you always have to look out for, which can either provoke b6, then some more light squares, or if you take, you provoke more weaknesses. So I think Nils has got effectively a very, very promising position. And I would take white all day here. And now it's going to be, I think, a pretty tricky task for David to work out a viable way to play here, because it's not screaming out to me at all what black should do. Maybe he should play the move knight to e5. The more I look at this position, maybe the move
knight on f4 as much as e5.
Sorry.
You like the knight on e5. A lot of people would like instinctually go for like f4 because in a middle game that's like a strong square, right? But
exactly.
You don't feel like it's going anywhere in the end game.
Exactly, but in this particular end game, that's the whole point, right? Which is that the knight on f4 here, without a queen able to join the action, there's no real threat against the king. So, and the reason I was suggesting knight to e5 was because maybe this knight on the next move can come to c6 or something like that. I don't know, to try and help out and fight over the d4 square. Yeah, I mean, it's not completely clear. Maybe you don't even have to go knight c6 next. But let's say after knight e5, I don't know, white played rook a to d1, let's say. What is black's next move? Oh, sorry, not rook a to d1, I'm blundering a pawn. No, this is the other point. If I go knight e5, now my idea of knight b3 can be met by knight c4.
Right, good point. Yeah, so that has some nice legs of the knight. Wow, well, I'll be interested, with David's time ticking down, of course, I think we have a better chance to see a white win than a black win, but I'm still going to bet on draw. I feel like black's going to find a way to hold this. But you know what? And as a poker player, I take my bets seriously. Even
I know you do.
I'm not betting anything. But I am super thrilled to have joined you guys today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Finally meet you.
It's been great.
Thanks for coming, Jen. It's been a pleasure. And good luck with the book. Good luck in London. Good luck. Hopefully you get a chance to see the city as well and explore a little bit and enjoy with the family. You've got the husband and the boy there, so.
I can't wait. What's your number one London tourist attraction?
Oh goodness me!
What's yours? He's gonna
I have. You know what? I'm really bad with the whole being a tourist guide thing. I'm awful with it.
Just pick one. Pick one.
One thing in London. Maybe
the London Chess and Bridge Shop.
Yeah, there's London Chess and Bridge Shop.
Swedish Embassy.
Have you been to the London dungeon? Have you been to the dungeon?
It's been a while, but okay.
Okay.
Of course he's going to send me to the London dungeon.
Actually,
I wasn't instinctively sending you to the dungeon, but I was just trying to think of something off the top of my head, because everybody's done, Big Ben and the bridges and the Tower of. I mean, the Tower of London is obviously very special as well, right? But
Lawrence, our good friend Paul Robson, he sent me a recommendation.
What did he say?
If in London, you need to go to Simpsons on the Strand and get beef, well done, a few crispy bites. And David's photo is up on the wall there, and they have chess sets you can play at the table after your meal.
That's actually a good point. Have you been to Simpsons?
I went to one of the parties after the London Chess Classic, but that's very different because you're really busy with that. So that's a good suggestion, and I will get crisps and post Howell's photo. There we go.
Perfect.
Well, that's a good omen for David. Maybe he will.
That's a great suggestion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been awesome.
Pleasure meeting you, and enjoy.
Bye, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jen. Enjoy. And in fact, 95 has been played, speaking of the devil. So that is on the board. Now, what we could do, Askild, if you like as well, is we could go just for a very quick break. I think this is probably a good opportunity just to catch our breath. We have a very tense middle game here. White is playing against this isolated queen's pawn, but Black has got the two bishops, the knights come back in, and perhaps things aren't that easy here for White to make something happen. I would say that White probably has got the advantage somehow, but things potentially could be very holdable for Black, especially if the move knight b3 can be met by knight c4, which is an important resource, one would feel.
It's a great idea.
So we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll continue coverage of this game 3 of this challenge match.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is game 3 of the special challenge match between Nils Grandelius and David Howell. And before the break, we had Jen Shahadi, but we've got, well, an even more, let's say, prestigious guest joining us from the motorway, I believe, on the way to Lillehammer, none other than the one and only Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, it's lovely to be joined by you in this, well, very unexpected visit.
Yeah, I thought you were going to do the old switcheroo there and say Odin instead of me.
You see, if I wasn't so shattered, if I was a bit more on my game, I would have done that. But yeah, shout out to Odin as well, people. If you don't know who Odin is, that's completely understandable. There's absolutely no reason why you should. Magnus, you know these guys really well, no? Both Nils and David. Who do you have as favorite for this match, by the way?
I think it's going to be very close. I thought David kind of managed to get into his kind of position yesterday. And I thought he would manage to put even more pressure than he actually did. But he's clearly quite vulnerable in the openings, and I think that's where Nils can strike if he can either get some impressive preparation or get some more or less irrational positions. I think he will do well. If there are going to be a lot of quiet positional battles without too much theory, then I think David will do fine and probably will be the favorite. But yeah, it's probably pretty even.
Yeah, and this game today is also quite an interesting one because this game is from an opening which you invented, you said. Is that right, that you came up with this idea of Bishop A4 in the opening?
No, it's not true, but I played it a couple of times, and I think I was definitely one of the first to play it on top level. But it's, it just speaks volumes of the desperation that people feel when playing against the Berlin. It's a really dumb line. Let's imagine that you played the Italian instead. So you could have had the same position, a tempo up, with a bishop on c4 instead of a4.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's true. Right. Yeah.
But I guess there are some points, like you want to eventually do as Nils did, play c3, d4, drop the bishop back to c2. Mm-hmm. So it does make some sense, and Black certainly has ways to be completely fine here, but it's not so easy to kill the game. You usually get to play a bit as white here, and as has happened in the game, I think the position is still fairly equal, but it's not like there's nothing to play for.
Right. Let's go to the position then, because Nils has just made a move. He's just played rook fd1, and the situation is quite clear. He's playing against the isolated queen's pawn, but David has got the pair of bishops. The knight is now centralized. And could you tell us, what would be a typical plan here for white to increase the pressure? Because if we move this knight on d2, it looks as though Black has got this very annoying move, knight c4.
Yeah, that is true. So bishop e3 followed by knight f1 to e3 would be the most obvious way. But then you're maybe concretely running into some knight c6, which attacks a5. So I don't know how realistic it is. David played rook d8, which is clearly the obvious move. He could also consider bishop f5, maybe try and trade the bishops, but I'm not really sure that white does much at all here. I think it's fairly equal, and I wouldn't rule out David also harboring some long-term ambitions here. I think if white thinks that he has some advantage here and can play safely for a win, he may be in for a surprise at some points. If the position were to open up and the situation in the center clarify a bit, then the bishop pair could be a very serious factor.
So this position is more about David waiting to see what Nils wants to do rather than him actually pursuing anything active himself, right? I mean,
I could imagine he does have some useful moves, like for instance G6, G6, King G7, maybe A6 to stop to stop the advance of the pawns.
Right.
I know that I'm advocating putting pawns on light squares while you have a light square bishop yourself, but I think as long as you have a dark square bishop, it doesn't really matter that much. So yeah, it doesn't have any like obvious plans. Maybe knight c4 at some point, but I'm not really sure if the pawn is better on c4 than on d5. Meanwhile, Nils doesn't have that many useful moves either. So I think David's play is going to be dictated a bit by what Nils does.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It was really interesting because Nils played very quickly in the middle game. So, I mean, already around here, this position, he played bishop g5 almost instantly. So, do you think that this was all home prep by Nils, even up to this point, bishop g5, h6 takes all of this stuff, or do you think he kind of because this a4 move is a little uncommon, I guess, here.
Yeah, I think it was prep, but it wasn't very impressive.
Doesn't he work for you? Or no comment.
I worked with Nils in the past, but
okay,
but not for the last match.
Fair enough. Yeah, it looks as though David has done well to just weather the storm and get this. Probably, how would you evaluate this position? Would you evaluate this as slightly better for white, or would you evaluate it as dynamically equal or dynamically balanced?
Dynamically balanced.
Okay,
seems reasonable.
Okay, fair enough. Now, when is your next match? Is the next leg of the chess tour? Is it?
Yeah, that's the next time I'm playing. It's starting in 2 weeks.
Beautiful. And then, what are your plans before then? Anything exciting you want to share with the people? Share with your fans?
No, nothing exciting. Nothing I want to share.
Fair enough.
But I have a question. I mean, it did go really well, obviously, for you in the first tournament of this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season. Magnus, you won.
Yes.
How did you feel about your play, and are you looking forward to the next event? I'm sorry, Askild, the connection is really poor. Can you repeat?
Yeah, I was just saying you won the Everything's Masters. Was it good to get going again? And how do you sum up your play there? And are you looking forward to the next event?
Oh, yeah, sure. I think the next event is going to be hopefully a lot of fun. Even though, of course, there are there are things going on in the world that kind of put a damper on everything. But the first event was a very positive experience, and I played a lot better as the tournament went along. So I'm quite optimistic and looking forward to the next one.
Great.
Fair enough. Yeah, congratulations. A lovely win. I followed a few of the games. Decent stuff.
Okay.
All right. Well, I know you're on the road, so it's not the most ideal connection for us to carry on. So, but thanks. I know you only wanted to spend a few minutes, so thanks so much for phoning in, and enjoy whatever you're going to get up to today.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, and we're enjoying your commentary a lot. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. That's nice to hear.
Simon coming on, by the way.
That's not clear. I will message you. So
Okay.
some things have transpired, but
yeah, I will not.
yeah.
Will not do that.
Yeah. So I'm here, and Askild is here every day, and that's the most important thing for the chess community. Is that
is important indeed.
The Brynsky is here.
All right. Enjoy, guys.
All right. Take care, guys. See you.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right.
Very nice.
That was
Not
a lot of
often you
fun.
just get the world champion just kind of coming in and saying hello. That's really nice.
Sharing some good insights of the position
Fantastic.
as well.
Absolutely great. So dynamically balanced was how Magnus called it, and I tend to agree with him, especially because David has played this move. Had I seen this move at first, I would have agreed with him, because now, this standard concept of going here is met by this, and that's very awkward. And the other thing that I thought was very instructive that Magnus just said was how Black has got lots of little moves. I think we discussed this yesterday, actually, right? Where Black has got lots of little moves that he can play that improve his position, and these moves, he doesn't have to do anything, but he improves his position vastly. For example, moves like pawn to g6, right? As Magnus said, right? King to g7, pawn to a6, fixing this pawn on a5. So there are already 3 moves, and then pawn to h5, and the list goes on. So you've got 4 moves if white decides to do nothing. Now, his idea of going bishop b3, knight f1, knight a3, I found particularly interesting. And
I mean, I guess at some point Black has to play bishop e6, right, to get some cover for the d5 pawn, or perhaps
maybe not, because Magnus also mentioned this very awkward move, knight c6, because now you're attacking this pawn, and the problem is if you go a6, I think Black is in time to take this one. That's the point. And this is kind of a very relevant move, because a takes b7. Well, Black has got a choice now of what to do, for sure. For example, knight e2 check, as vision does exist, but probably you just take back. And after takes, Black is never worse here, because clearly, you don't even have an isolated pawn that you're playing against now. So
I think in general, I think David would be happy to trade off a pair of knights. Just makes things easier for him to play, even with an isolated pawn.
Exactly. So something like this, I think, is very decent for David. So it's actually, I'm looking more and more at this position and getting a little bit. I don't want to say you can't be nervous for Nils, because there are probably lots of ways that you can, make this position stale, if you want. For example, I mean, Magnus mentioned move bishop f5. You can't ever be worse with white here. You would think that you can't be worse with white here. But yeah, if you allow black to get overly active, maybe things can start to happen. Who knows? Things could definitely start to happen.
But I guess, I mean, Magnus's evaluation is the closest thing we're coming to the computer evaluation. So I guess it's fairly balanced.
Right.
But still some play in the position. And but at the same time, David's been in time trouble the first 2 games. But even though he gets slow on time in this position, it's not as complex as the first 2 days. So I think he'll manage.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot because he's got all of these useful moves that Magnus was saying.
Exactly.
G6, A6. He already has 4 extra moves effectively in this position at the absolute minimum, right? So, yeah, I would say that for sure this position is fine for black. What about chat? What is everybody saying in chat, Askild? I've lost track.
Okay, so Kevin Winter. I know Magnus likes his footy, his pick for Champions League. So unfortunately, we didn't have the time to ask him. But I mean, obviously, he's a Real Madrid fan. So I would assume he's hoping for them to win it. But they did get a beating from Paris Saint-Germain in the first leg. So they lost 1-0 in Paris.
Yeah, I didn't see the game.
But I mean, it's not the worst result. But
right.
People that watched the game said that, yeah, Paris was clearly dominant in that game. So, yeah, besides Real Madrid, I guess, yeah, we have so many strong teams these days. Liverpool, Manchester City, Paris, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. Yeah,
sure. Tons of teams, right?
Yeah, Real Madrid is his club. So
Real Madrid is very much his club. That is.
I think he been to the Santiago Bernabeu a couple times actually, and
I think he
did the kickoff once.
Yeah, I know. I think he's done it twice.
Yeah,
actually. Yeah, I think he's done. I think
he met Ronaldo after the match, and yeah, had a good time.
Yeah, that must be nice.
Yeah,
what a life. Yeah. So, good stuff. Absolutely great stuff.
Anything going on Twitch?
On Twitch, I'm not. Sorry, nothing so much going on Twitch at the moment. So.
Yeah, the Jelly Monster is back. Hello, Askild and Lawrence. How many games do David and Nils have to play? And I think, 10 games. It's a 10-game match.
Yeah, it's 10 games. This is game 3, so it's a very long match. But after game 5, so I think games 6 till 10, the time control is slightly shorter, which will be very interesting to see how David adjusts to that, because it's, David is, playing at a very, very slow pace in general. So it will be curious to see how David adjusts to a slightly faster time control. Yeah, okay, it's still slow, but it's fast-ish, let's say. So Nils just played the move pawn to b4. Which is a move that I was thinking about forever, and I was in 2 minds about this move. Because when you play b4, of course, if the rook ever gets to c8, you actually have a backwards pawn here. You have a target here on c3. But I guess the point is that it's very difficult for black to actually get a rook there, right? There is a lot of traffic already on this C file, so to speak. So maybe it's just not that dangerous somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
but is it just about gaining space on the queen side, or does he want to advance those pawns even further?
I think he wants to support a5. I don't think he actually has an intention to advance them any further. I think maybe he just wants to support the c5 square as well for potential landing of a piece there. That's also possible. So there are a few ideas here for sure for Nils. And yeah, it's again, you know, let's assume that David does nothing. Let's assume that David plays the useful move g6. Does Nils want to play this move bishop b3 now? And now after knight c6, which is one of the lines we were looking at before, perhaps white can now do something different. That is a bit more promising, let's say.
Maybe he can play knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5, for example.
Gaining a tempo.
Exactly. And this bishop, if it goes back to b8, now you can play knight f3, and the position makes a lot of sense here for white, right? I mean, in general, this position makes, this position makes a lot of sense in general, I would say. So
I'm a bit worried for the rook on a8 in this position. You know, it's not really.
Well, you can kick this knight with a6 and maybe now put the bishop on a7, but the rook will get in inevitably here. I mean, that rook will join the party. I don't think there's a way to truly stop that, to be honest. Yeah. So I think that's okay.
So do you still expect David to play knight c6, or does he have other options? e6
instead of knight c6 here. Yeah, so well, I don't think he's going to go knight c6 immediately, right? I think he's going to make one of these preparatory moves.
I like g6 because
a6. Yeah. A6 also I like, by the way, because it stops knight b5 jumps. I actually quite like a6. I can see David playing a6 actually, or king f8. So a whole bunch of moves basically that could transpire. Yeah. So
okay, but he's actually down to 16 minutes now, so it's under 1 minute per move.
He is down to 16 minutes. He is down to. I mean, he's taking his sweet time, for sure. But he's probably all right. You know, it's probably just all right. This position, somehow you would feel. All right. So we're expecting a quiet move from David. Anybody else commenting?
We have a couple of move suggestions.
Okay.
Let's see. All right. No, sorry. Yeah, that was before b4 was played. Bishop b3 was mentioned. Knight f1. Knight e3.
Okay, yeah.
That was the plan, Magnus.
Right. And I really liked that plan. I have to say, I actually really liked that plan. I thought that was a really decent plan, actually.
And it makes a lot of sense, you know, to ask what pieces are the worst in the position. And let's say the knight on d2, for example, it's not a great piece at the moment. So try to find a route for that piece to land on a good square and coordinate the pieces. And for white, I guess it's all about trying to attack the isolated pawn on d5. That's the goal objective here.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Because if white doesn't manage to do that, I think black has plenty of time to get out with the pieces and possibly try and exchange the knights. And then I think if black manages to do that, I think black is absolutely fine with the bishop pair. And
yeah, I tend to agree with you there. All right. What is Magnus? Sorry, not Magnus. It's not Magnus playing. What is David going to do? 13 minutes feels like plenty of time, as I've said. I think in such a position, David doesn't really feel under pressure. Let's say.
Okay, we have a move. That was a bit
wow. This move I am slightly. Let's say, slightly surprised by. This move I am slightly surprised by, I have to say.
I guess he just wants to get the knight to f6, or?
Yeah.
Take d5?
Knight to d7. Let's have a think about what he wants. He wants to just put the knight on f6. It feels just a little bit odd, but maybe it's okay. He just reroutes the knight to f6 and says no bother. So, for example, knight b3. But now when you go knight f6, I've got knight c5. That's why I felt like this move maybe is a little bit shaky somehow. Maybe it wasn't the best idea. A little bit shaky.
Yeah, I agree. That was a bit unexpected.
Could be a little bit shaky. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure. So what is his plan after knight b3? I actually don't know. Knight b3 is just the most obvious move on the board.
Can you even consider knight f5?
Knight f5 feels like it doesn't really threaten anything. Also, black can just go king f8.
Yeah.
And also this knight, yeah, it doesn't really feel right to me to put the knight on f5. No, the move that feels right, let's say, is the move knight to b3. This is clear. This is the most natural move in the position. Bishop to b3 now doesn't make sense because knight f6 and the pawn is nicely guarded. So I'm pretty sure Nils' first candidate move is going to be knight b3. And so what do you do? What if black just passes and plays a6? Now you need to pass as white because you want to play knight c5. So you play some move like, I don't know, rook d2 to bring this rook to e1, let's say. Something like this feels right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And if bishop f4, you're just...
So knight b3, a6. Rook d2, bishop f4 I'm running into. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't be so clumsy. It's probably not the end of the world. Maybe I can just go rook e1 then and bring this rook to d1.
Yep.
Also, rook e7 sometimes exists. It doesn't here, but sometimes this move exists. Yeah. So this is, this is still a tricky position.
Yeah.
Both sides getting a bit lower on time.
This will probably be a long game where they're trying to maneuver a bit, and
for sure. Unless David finds like a clear way to just nullify everything, Nils can try and just incrementally increase the pressure. I think white probably is slightly better after knight b3. Something about knight d7 doesn't quite do it for me somehow, but maybe it's okay. David will have a plan for sure. Should we go for another quick breather? I think this is maybe a good time to do just that.
Yeah, and then we'll be back for the David's time trouble.
For David's time trouble.
The daily time trouble.
Exactly. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll catch the time trouble section of today's game. See you soon.
I moved away from the city 13 years ago. I worked as a journalist, I studied in university, but there was a sense of longing towards something a bit more real, where I could actually create things and be much closer to nature. I'm a vegan farmer. That's a bit unusual, but that's what I am. It's a long story. I used to be one of those people that thought that veganism is impossible, very deeply entrenched in like the small-scale animal farming community. You know, I was a leading proponent for keeping pigs and doing animal husbandry, but with a human touch. Well, as our business grew, our farm expanded and our shop started selling more and more meat and eggs and milk. It felt less as I was doing something good for the animals and more as I was just showing a happy face for any kind of animal product consumption. It felt like I was a poster boy for the animal industry in itself. So that didn't feel so good, to be honest. So we're picking for the bags, and it's 15 bags. That makes about 3 kilos, just a little bit extra to be sure. I came across veganism on YouTube, actually, and a lot of the things they were saying started to make a lot of sense. The first year or so was really difficult. I made a lot of enemies, unfortunately, because most of my friends were also farmers with animals on their farm. And when I started posting on Facebook that I was a vegan and I was against killing animals and all that stuff, and that wasn't too popular with my farmer friends. There were just so many questions also that we had to answer. What are you going to eat instead? It's not easy to make a dietary change, but it's even more difficult to make a change on a farm. Our whole infrastructure, everything we had on the farm was based around animals. We sold the animals, took down all the fencing, we tore down the animal houses. And if you don't have animals, you still have to produce something on your farm, obviously, and we put a lot of effort into growing different beans and legumes. There's enormous potential in switching from animal agriculture into vegan agriculture, purely from an efficiency viewpoint. You know, if you grow 1 hectare of beans and compare that to 1 hectare of grass for sheep, you will find that the beans produce, I think it's up to 10 times as many calories on the same amount of land. Animals aren't a very efficient way often to produce food. You know, your food kind of takes an extra way through the animal. You know, you grow grains, you give them to the animal, and then you eat the animal, you lose a lot on the way. Instead, if you grow grains and make that into a product that's eaten directly by humans, you know, you're just taking a shortcut and being more efficient also. We're approaching 9 billion people here on the planet. We need to be more efficient with the land we already have. And I think going into vegan farming, that will be one of the most important steps we can take. I still have friends who have animals. I don't mind that. There's many places that are not suitable for vegan farming. You can only grow grass there. This is one of them. It's a beautiful place. There's no one model that fits everybody. Different farms have different possibilities, and you have to adapt to the way your farm is. And this is a beautiful place where animals graze. I like that also. But there should be alternatives. We're not bound by tradition anymore. You can just, instead of doing like your parents or your neighbors do, Google your way and just find, some guy in New Zealand who's doing a thing and copy that guy instead.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is coverage of the special challenge match between Nils Grandelius and David Howell. It's game 3. And we've had a few moves since the break. And we've actually got now a very, very interesting position that's appeared on the board. Before the break, we looked at the move knight e7. I said instinctively it didn't feel right, and I mentioned the move knight b3. This was not played. Nils instead played the move knight to f3, after which David replied with the very natural knight to f6. And this is where Nils came up with potentially a really fantastic move, actually. The move pawn to c4. Now, this was not in my, well, I just didn't even see the idea, actually. But it's a very clever idea, and it works in this specific position. Because what Nils wants to do is that after the move d takes c4, he hasn't just sacrificed a pawn for nothing. He has the move knight to b5, which is just winning, actually, for white because of the back rank issues. For example, after rook takes d1, rook takes d1, you can't protect the bishop. And if you go bishop b8, rook d8 is just going to be mate very, very shortly. So this is a very, very interesting concept here by Nils to play c4. And if this works, then actually this could spell a little bit of trouble for David Howell. Just a little bit. It's not completely clear exactly what David should do against this, because if you simply ignore this, let's say you play a move like, I don't know, pawn to g6, let's say, just to give yourself, again, some room. White can go knight b5. The bishop goes to b8, I guess. I'm not sure of all of these moves. But now my question is, can white now advance this pawn? Or maybe you don't even need to go knight b5. Maybe you can just go c5 at once. And the moving of this c pawn up the board has to have helped white, because now you actually have a legitimate majority. Plus, you can start using these pawns to create more weaknesses. And now the blockade of the backwards pawn really means something serious. For example, now when I go bishop b3 on the next, I can pressurize this in a lot more effective way. Knight c2, knight e3, knight b5, knight c3, whatever it may be. So is it possible that Nils has found a fantastic little move here? Well, it's possible. David has replied with the move pawn to a6. And now I fully expect Nils to play c4. You don't want to take on d5, because after knight takes d5, it defeats the entire purpose of what you're trying to achieve. So I think Nils is just going to advance the pawn. And all of a sudden, I feel as though black has got some serious difficulties all of a sudden in this position. Believe it or not, it feels tough for black here.
I agree with you, Lawrence. And I think later on in the endgame, those 3 versus 2 pawns on the queen side might be decisive.
Yeah.
And, as we saw in one of the other games, there are some themes also with sacrificing a piece for one of the pawns and just open up and get those passers going.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, just look at the back pieces now as well. They're not very well placed or coordinated. As white, as the white pieces are. I think David might have missed this c4 move, which is a very clever idea by Nils, by the way, as you mentioned.
Yeah, this was a bit unexpected, actually. Somehow it has to be said.
But now it's moving up a bit. We needed some action. It was a bit.
We did need some action. Yeah, but now it's really something. I mean, after c5, now I think Nils has got quite a serious advantage all of a sudden. So it could be the case that knight d7 was just a mistake, actually. What are you supposed to do against this? Let's try and work out some lines after e6, c5. What can actually happen here? That's the question. what can actually happen.
Okay, let's
suggest some moves. There, you play some moves here, Askild.
Okay, bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
D7, just to make a move.
Bishop d7. This one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is a move. I guess. Okay. Can I go bishop a4, bishop b3? Bishop f5. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a straightforward way. Probably bishop b3. I don't know. That looks like a reasonable move to me.
Yeah, it's suddenly difficult to
it's
find.
It's difficult to do something for black. I mean, king f8 probably. And there's all these improving moves for white, right? That's the other thing. He can go rook a2, rook d2. A move like knight c2 needs to be investigated with knight e3 on the next. Maybe put the knights round like this as well is possible. So all of a sudden the position looks like it could get out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, yeah, knight d7. Maybe that was the small mistake from David.
Yeah, knight d7 felt weird. And I expect Nils to go c5. I mean, he hasn't played c5 yet, but what else are you supposed to do here?
Okay. There he played it, I believe.
There we go. c5 and g6 played instantly, so going down our line. So c5, g6, David obviously only with 8 minutes means he has to play a bit more quickly.
And the plan for Nils, Lawrence, is it to then materialize on the 3 versus 2 at some point, or is it other ways to go forward?
Not really. You either target this or you try and make something work. I mean, this structure is held for the minute. So I think it really is more about targeting the d pawn. That's what it feels like anyways. It's just how Nils decides he wants to do that, basically. Maybe you can go knight e2 immediately as well. I mean, just without going bishop b3. I don't know how much of a difference it makes with knight c3 next. Again, not sure at all how much of a difference it makes.
And I was about to say, if you manage to take off David's light squared bishop for a knight, some of those black pawns can be a real target for the white light squared bishop later on in the endgame.
Absolutely.
So yeah. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's tricky. It's a bit tricky now for David.
Yeah, things got a little out of hand here for David, I would say. Okay, let's see what Nils decides to do then after g6, because many ideas. Knight e2, bishop b3, even king f1 bringing the king in makes a whole bunch of sense. So there are moves here. I mean, it's not as if Nils' next move is completely straightforward. He does have 26 minutes compared to David's 8 minutes, though. So he does have a long time. That is a long time for this position. If I had to guess, I would say, knowing Nils, especially yesterday, he played this move, knight to d7. I guess he'll go knight e2. If I had to take a guess.
And then just reroute the knights to c3 and the other knight to d4.
Yeah, knight to c3, or just put the bishop on b3 and maybe go rook a2, rook d2, and just target this pawn. That would be my guess. But yeah, interesting position. But I really like the fact that Nils has managed to get in C4, C5. This is hugely beneficial for him, in my opinion.
And the Train of Life asking who won last game. They played a draw yesterday. In that game, actually, David was pushing for the win. Looked like he had a healthy advantage, but as in game one, the player with the black pieces managed to defend the position. So we have 2 draws in the 2 first games so far. And the question is, can black hold on yet again in game 3?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Black has been under pressure every single game, which is very interesting. Black has really been under pressure every single game. Yeah, so... and we do have a move. And bishop b3 was played by Nils. Okay, so he played bishop b3, which was the other move. And David played the move also that I thought he would play king f8, improving the king. Getting the king out of the diagonal, bringing the king more towards the center. This is fairly standard stuff, I would say.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. And
now you were thinking Nils might contemplate reorganizing the knights a bit. Knight d2, knight c3.
Yeah, some move like knight e2 makes sense. Maybe knight c. I don't know which one is. The knight to e2 feels more natural because the knight on c3 controls the e4 square as well, which looks like a relevant square to actually control here. Yeah, I would go for knight e2. Yeah. That's where my
I agree with that. And the players are thinking, so if you have any questions at all, feel free to join in on the conversation and we will answer as best we can.
Indeed. Have we got anything from YouTube chat or otherwise?
No, I think we've
hit a wall, have we?
Okay, yeah, Jolly Monster, he just had a comment. These guys are very evenly matched, so probably another draw. I think there will be decisive games when a shorter time control is introduced later in the match.
Okay, that's a fair assessment or a fair comment, I would say, yeah. It's possible that we get more as we get to the shorter time controls, but I don't know. This position is still very live, and Nils has played a move here which also is fairly logical. He's played the move rook to d3. His idea is he wants to bring the rook into d1, then remove the knight and pressurize his pawn. So rook to d3, perfectly sensible move here by Nils Grandelius.
Absolutely. And Tarjei Hotvedt is asking, do you remember the first match from Magnus, Lawrence? So I don't know if he's referring to the first World Championship match he played, or have you ever played a game against Magnus? Like a proper...
I mean, he must be referring to the World Championship match, right? I would think. Yeah. So, do I remember it? Absolutely. I mean, I was there. I was commentating, right? I was there with Tanya Sachdev, Susan Polgar, Ramesh, we were all there commentating this event. It was a very special event, clearly, because it was Magnus's first World Championship, and he won the candidates in such dramatic style. Clearly, it was a very, very significant event, and I remember it extremely well. I remember the occasion. I remember the amount of media that was there. That was one of the most shocking things to me. I mean, it was like a rock star concert, superstar, or a mainstream superstar sports person that was there, not a chess player. I don't think I'd seen a kind of media like that. Obviously, it being Vichy and Vichy at home, clearly that played a big part in all of this. But it was a very, very fascinating time, and it was a real honor for me, obviously, also to be able to commentate on that match and to basically be the person who ushered in the Carlsen era. That was a very special moment for me, for sure. The Indians they treated him like a god as well, right? Remember it very well. Very fond memories of India. I would love to go back to India. I've been back once. I've been back. Yeah, I've been back once since, I think. But I would love to go back again when times are easier for everybody. We have a move. David has played the move Rook to E8, which is, I guess, a fairly standard move. Taking control of the open file. And I guess he wants to say that if you attack me with bishop a4, I'm just going to put my rook on e7 and no big deal. So I don't mind rook e8 at all by David. That's a perfectly fine move.
So 15 more moves to go before the time control. David under 7 minutes, but should be doable, especially for David.
Yeah, 7 minutes here is like a lifetime for David Howell. 15 minutes for 15 moves for 7 minutes here. Okay, so let's try and put together some moves for White. So the question is, what happens after the natural rook a1? Does David just want to go bishop d7? The answer maybe is yes. Also, by the way, sorry, rook e8 also has another idea. Remember, we were talking about this maneuver 92, 93. You can't do that now. So actually, rook e8 was a very clever move. Also, because now knight c2 runs into bishop f5. So there's no decent retreat square for this knight at the moment, which is very, very interesting indeed. So White's plan now is not straightforward. Maybe rook d3 was just a little bit, I don't want to call it a lazy move, but maybe it was just, it gets in the way now because you're getting hit with bishop f5 and all of these moves. I felt maybe like a slight inaccuracy somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe a slight inaccuracy there by Nils, possibly. Again, I don't know. What do I know? But yeah, potentially.
Right. We do have some more questions.
Yes, let's get some questions in.
Brynless, I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation, but how difficult is it to commentate on games that last for over 4 hours?
Very. Classical games especially when there's one. You know, normally when I've commentated a tournament, there's a bunch of games going on at the same time, so you can switch between games and you can stay with games that are a bit more interesting for the public. But when there's one game, it's really, really tough because obviously there are large periods of the game where there is no moves and you have to fill in that time. So that's why talking to chat is so important, and having you guys contribute is so important to this stream, because we do want to hear from you. And in any case, it's not just to make sure that it makes our job easier. We want to make the stream as enjoyable for you guys. So, you know, if you do have questions, a lot of the time we can answer that. So please do feel free to send us questions, send us anything you have. Happy to answer anything chess related, to be honest. I would say please don't make it politics related, because this is not a politics show, effectively.
And Simon Andersson is asking, just tuning in, has Nils or David had the most chances throughout these 3 games so far?
Well, they've had a chance each, basically. In game 1, Nils had a fantastic chance with white, and in game 2, David had a fantastic chance with white. And now I felt as though Nils was probably about to have another fantastic chance, but it could be the case that Nils is he's misplayed this a little bit. Basically, this rook d3 move it makes executing his plans a lot more difficult. So it probably wasn't necessary. And he's probably thinking after rook e8, actually, maybe I made a slight mistake here. That's my interpretation here. Feels as though he's probably thinking, yeah, I've actually made a bit of an inaccuracy of some sorts.
And Artonax that knight on d4 is very good. I'd happily swap a bishop for that knight. What are your thoughts on that, Lawrence?
Well, I'm not sure you want to swap a bishop for the knight right now, to be honest, if you are black, because the 2 bishops is the thing that really compensates the fact that you've got the isolated pawn. So, and also because white has got two knights, to put another knight in onto d4 is actually fairly straightforward.
Yeah, that's very good.
So that's not actually the case. You don't want to exchange a bishop for the knight. Okay, Nils has just played the move rook a d1, but as I said, I wasn't completely convinced by this for Nils, because after bishop d7, what is the next move? Because we can't move this knight anywhere. So and black in the meanwhile can improve with rook a d8, which is a massive improvement, and maybe even then just retreat the bishop back, tuck the bishop back in with bishop c8. That looks fairly sensible to my eyes.
Yeah, I think David has a great chance now to hold the draw position.
Well, I mean, he might even, I don't want to say he gets optimistic, but I definitely don't think he hates his position at all here. But
it was interesting what Magnus said as well when he joined the broadcast, because and obviously we know as well, but David is an optimistic player.
Mm-hmm.
So if he then first kind of stabilizes the position and then he realizes, okay, I do have the bishop here, maybe I can try and go for a win at some point.
Exactly.
And I agree with you. I think rook d3 was where it kind of changed a bit.
Just a little bit. Just felt like Nils has probably lost just a little bit of opportunity after rook d3. But of course I could be stone wrong here, and often I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. So don't take my word for anything, basically. Okay, bishop d7 played, no surprise. David playing at a slightly faster speed now.
And now, actually, it's not so easy to find moves for white all of a sudden.
Exactly.
that makes.
That's the point. That's why I didn't like this rook d3 move. Well, let's see. Maybe he's got an idea here. I don't know. But what are you actually supposed to do in this position with white now? It does feel like you're a little short of moves.
And one idea now is that maybe you could have contemplated moving the king to f1 to kind of support the e2 square, but that doesn't help because bishop b5 is
exactly
a big threat.
That's the point. King f1 now is going to run into some bishop b5. So king f1, you immediately play rook a d8. And now, of course, to illustrate, this is now suddenly winning for black. This, of course, won't happen, but accidents can happen. Because so you see out the corner of your eye, oh, I really don't want to put my king on f1. So what do I do? You know, that's the point. It's not straightforward at all. At all.
Yeah, and I guess white wants to keep both of the rooks to add pressure on d5.
Yeah. So exchanging a pair of rooks really doesn't help your cause as white. So yeah, we've got a tricky one on our hands here for sure. We've got a tricky one on our hands all of a sudden.
Okay, but I do have an idea. What if you try and play knight e1, c2, e3? It takes a bit more time.
E1, c2, e3. Oof, that is a very long-winded maneuver. I mean, I admire you for the.
I'm just trying to come up with moves there for white. Obviously, it takes a bit of time, but
could be good. When the knight gets to e3, you attack here. Maybe this is a genius suggestion. They're going to start calling you Askild Karpov.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah. But we've been talking about this a lot, and it's it's not easy for white to find good moves here. So you have to kind of what moves make sense in this position.
Exactly.
Then you try and find a couple moves, and then you narrow it down basically. And to be fair, that knight on f3 is not really doing a great job at the moment.
No, it's not. It's one of the pieces that isn't contributing. So I don't mind knight e1. I think it's very interesting. Another interesting move is to go knight h2. Similar idea.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you ever want to take because the dark squares are now already weak. This is a bad bishop. So this feels wrong. And the idea of knight h2 is then to maybe bring it this way. But no, Nils has gone another way.
Oh.
He didn't go to h2 or e1. He went to d2.
But very possibly going to f1 nonetheless afterwards, right?
Possibly, yes.
So maybe we had the right idea, but just a different route.
Or maybe to b1 and c3.
Okay, yeah.
Let's say rook e7, knight b1, rook a8. Got to be careful now because of this. The king comes to f1. And the knight comes to c3, and the knight on c3 guards b5. So the reason this is useful, of course, is, let's say, I don't know, black plays some moves. Now when you retreat the knight, we cover here. So this knight can then come here. Again, it's all a bit, how can I call it, much of a muchness. I'm not convinced by it yet.
No, me neither. And I think also the light squared bishop, David's light squared bishop, is actually quite a good piece because it threatens to go both to f5 and b5 in different variations.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Okay, rook e7 played by David. And I do believe we're going to get the move knight b1 by Nils Grandelius. I do believe we'll get that move.
Okay, Jokke has a good question, Lawrence. Doesn't Nils have an edge as he plays more chess on a daily basis with prep and stuff?
I don't think so. Not because of that. I think Magnus said something very interesting, which was he felt that Nils possibly had an advantage in the opening. So it looks as though David's openings are a little bit shaky, I think was the word that Magnus used. They're a little bit, not that David doesn't work on his openings ever, but clearly he's not playing professionally at the moment. And so his openings have taken a bit of a back seat, which is understandable. But I think in general, the level is just very, very, very balanced. I mean, these guys are, for me, two extremely strong 2700 Grandmasters. And it's very difficult to say that one player is better than the other or vice versa. It doesn't feel like that to me at all. It just feels like a dead even match. And I don't think rust is a serious issue here, basically. So I think, I think just because Nils plays a little bit more and he doesn't even play obviously that much more given the current situation, then it's just a very level match in my opinion.
Absolutely. And it's been a long day, Lawrence. So Stephen has a nice compliment for you. Excellent analysis by Lawrence as usual. I completely agree with you.
Thanks, Stephen. Thank you.
Job. And then Bryn has a question for both of us, but I guess I can contribute a bit.
Okay.
How big of an impact has Magnus had on chess in Norway? Maybe before his greatness, chess wasn't even popular there. And I mean, in general, it's a different era completely. After, I wouldn't even say after he won the first World Championship match. I would go maybe even 12, 15 years back in time when he started to become one of the best players in the world. And we've had so many young players over the last 10 years becoming Grandmasters. We have actually a quite strong team now in Norway with several players around 2600, 2600 plus. And so a lot of credit obviously goes to Magnus for creating this chess boom in Norway. But also, as I mentioned earlier, the chess high school that Simen Agdestein runs. He's a coach there, a chess trainer. So I think the combination of the two is explaining why we suddenly have so many strong chess players now in Norway. And I think we've had more Grandmasters now in the last 7-8 years than we've had in any era earlier. But also, I mean, in the 80s, wasn't probably a chess boom, but then Simen Agdestein was top 20 in the world, Norwegian Grandmaster. I think he was number 16 in the world at some point. But obviously not comparable to what we've seen the last 10, 12 years. What's your impression, Lawrence?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus's contribution has been, you can't understate it, you can't undersell it. It is really thanks to him that we have a sport now which is considered a real sport. And the boom in Norway, as you were talking about, Askild, thanks to the likes of Simen and others, but really Magnus's ascent has been absolutely key, and I expect chess in Norway to keep on growing, to be honest. And we just got to hope that we get the more mainstream coverage and more interest. We've also obviously been helped a lot, as we spoke about earlier, by the Queen's Gambit. And so, it's nice, like even on the Meltwater Chess Tour now, right? We see these big names and and the collaborations with MasterCard and Puma and all of these great brands, and getting a bit more recognition like that is just huge. So yeah, that's very encouraging for chess, and yeah, there's a long way to go, but the signs are positive for sure.
Absolutely.
Very positive, yeah.
And we do have a move, Lawrence.
We do. And knight f1 was played. So rook e7, knight f1, totally expected. Rook a to e8, also expected by David Howell. And the question is, after knight e3, I'm not threatening this pawn on d5. This is my problem because rook e1 is made. So black has got to move here to improve. So what does he want to do?
Okay, interesting. He didn't go for knight.
He went for rook e3, so he wants to. Well, now exchanging a pair of rooks off makes sense, but you've got to feel as though all of this has not really been helpful.
Yeah, I feel we see a pattern in this match. White is slightly better or a lot better, and then black finds some great ways to come back in the game. And if they trade a pair of rooks now, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you
really can't see white winning this position.
No, me neither now. I think the two bishops are just too strong. You can do all kinds of stuff here as black. Probably you don't want to...
Yeah, you don't have to take on e3.
You don't have to take because this is obviously...
Helping white.
Not necessary at all. Yeah,
I guess that's also a general advice for people getting into chess. You know, when, for example, in this position, white invites you to come take my rook. And very often you only help your opponent achieving what he or she wants to do.
Precisely.
So as you said, Lawrence, yeah, maybe just find another, let's say, calm move, and then you can
exactly
for white to take on e7 instead.
So what can happen here then? Well, a lot can happen, right? He goes to rook e4. That's exactly the move I was thinking of. Yeah, this is a very interesting move, basically. This is a very interesting move. A very interesting move. The point is that after rook takes e4, I think he wants to play d takes e4. And then suddenly his pawn is no longer isolated. Yeah. Suddenly the bishops work, and actually black's ironed out his pawn structure, and he has to be kind of fine here, you would expect.
And in this type of structure, maybe at some point later on, you can actually try and push the pawns on the king side as well.
Yeah, for sure.
F5, F4.
Absolutely.
That can be slightly dangerous, actually, with the bishop pair as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was a great move by David.
Yeah, it's a good move by David. It's a really good move. Now, I don't know if you can do anything except take, because you can't move the knight because rook takes e3, and I wonder if bishop f4 is actually coming here if you're not careful.
Yeah. Yeah, the momentum in this game has definitely shifted a bit over the course of the last few moves.
Exactly. I'd agree with that.
But also, I mean, it's interesting that a move like, we don't know, we don't have the computer evaluation, but if it's rook d3, that's a bit imprecise. Just goes to show how easy it is to kind of let an advantage go at the top level.
Absolutely. Yeah, any imprecise play can really be punished. It's quite spectacular, really.
And now both of them are low on the clock as well. They do have 10 plus moves to make. Nils down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds. David has 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yes. But plenty of time for both players, right? As we've already discussed, this is one of those situations where but things can get a little complicated. 10 minutes, 3 versus 6. Yep. Things can happen. Let's not completely write it off. Let's say.
Absolutely.
Things can happen here.
And while Nils is thinking, we have a couple of questions. One for me and one for you, Lawrence.
Okay.
I'll start with Martin Ramos asking me, since when do you know Magnus? The first time I met him was during the Norwegian Championship in 1999 at Gausdal. You've probably been to Gausdal, Lawrence, right?
No, I've not actually, but of course I know the tournament well, but I've not actually been.
That was a great chess scene in the 80s and 90s. So I met him there in 99, and then I think we played European Championship together in Budva, Montenegro in 2003. And then a few years later, we started becoming good friends when I would say around 2010. So ever since that, we've been hanging out quite a bit. So we get the exchange of rooks.
Yeah, so he forced it with bishop c2, takes, and bishop f4 by David, which looks completely reasonable. And yeah, black has basically just got no problems now whatsoever. This position just looks very, very comfortable. Very easy. Yeah, I don't foresee any issues whatsoever, basically.
Okay. Meanwhile, another question from Tarjei for you, Lawrence. Lawrence, if you could sum up your thinking process in chess with one question, what question would it be? I don't know if it's a question or a word.
I don't know what he means. My thinking process in chess?
So how would you sum up your thinking process while playing chess? Maybe.
I really don't know how to answer that one.
Yeah, it's a difficult question.
I don't get the question. My thinking process.
But in general, I would say, when you're sitting at the chessboard, often you have this rule: look at captures, checks, and what's the third one? Threats. Captures, threats.
Threats, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess even the strongest players in the world, they have to follow that kind of checklist while playing.
Exactly. Those are the basic things. Captures, check. That's for improving players, right? But in general, my thought process is, that's a difficult one to try and describe. Let's go back to the game because we've got to move. The move rook d3 has been played by Nils. Now, it would be a mistake for Davis to take on e3 and go into this ending because all of these pawns are fixed on light squares and our targets. Also, there are ways for white to break through on the queen side already. For example, you would have to immediately analyze moves like b5 here and c6 just to, illustrate. Now, it might be the case that black is just in time here, but the
You
point.
also have ideas like bishop d3 and then c6, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So you can't go into endings like this after bishop f4, rook d3. So David will play most likely h5, just putting the pawns in an optimal formation and restricting the white pieces. That's a move. I don't really see another super useful improving move. In general, in these endings, that's what you want to do, is you want to improve your position.
Wow.
Or rook e4. Well, this move also, I guess, exists. This is an interesting move, actually. It sets a little trap because the bishop's attacking the rook like this, but after rook d2, you've got the move rook takes e3. This is a lovely little sheepo. And after rook f2, the point is you can take the knight first. And then you take the rook, and you are the rook pawn
Winning
out.
for black.
Yeah.
We have to go back then, probably, to d1. Ah.
If you go to d1,
then you can.
No, this has to be a move, rook d1.
Yeah. Could we see a repetition here? Rook d1 and then rook e8.
Wait, but can you take on e3? Take on e4 and take on d4. Sorry.
Ah.
You can do this. This is two pieces. Rook e4 is then extremely clever move. And Nils has got just 3 minutes now. So what does he want to do against this move, actually? I mean, does the move actually threaten anything? That's the interesting thing. And the answer maybe is no. Maybe there are actually no threats.
Bishop e5, is that a bit annoying? I guess knight f3.
I'm not sure if it's a threat or not, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's a threat. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And for the first time in this game, Nils has less time on the clock than David.
Yeah, it's surprisingly as well, because it looked as though Nils was, cruising earlier on with the opening prep, but yeah, apparently not. Apparently not so easy. 2 minutes now for Nils. Let's play with it. Then how's the video? How are they looking? Let's have a look. Is Nils looking nervous here? I don't actually see their video today. Okay, bishop b3 by Nils. Okay, putting some pressure on the d5 pawn. Now, it's still not a threat, right? Because rook e1 is mate in 1. So it's still not a threat. So what if I just improve and go h5 again? What if I just go h5? I really like this move, by the way. It makes a lot of sense to my eyes. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. How to improve for white?
Yeah. Not easy. And the other point is you can't go g3 because now the h3 pawn hangs. That's the point. It's actually very difficult to get black off this construction. So let's just watch the game and see what David decides to do. But yeah, I think David has really done very well here, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw in the game yesterday and the day before, black is fighting back, and I mean, could David be slightly better even in this position, or is it still too complex?
No, I don't think David is slightly better, because I don't see, if white sits and does nothing, I don't see a way for David to really take advantage of this. But it just feels dynamically very, very equal, you know.
All right,
so,
it's down to 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, bishop e5. Bishop e5 by David. This is the move you suggested, isn't it? Bishop e5. So one idea of a repetition is, no, you can't go knight f3 because b4 hangs. So probably this move is the most logical, knight dc2. Now I'm attacking this, possibly.
No, but I think you're attacking the bishop, right? With the knight f3. So you can take on b4.
Sorry, I can't.
So we might, could be a repetition.
Something like this.
Yeah.
But I think the point is that knight d to c2 is actually maybe a good move here. Like a seriously good move.
Yeah.
This could just be a good move. What are you supposed to do here, actually? It's not so easy all of a sudden for black.
What happens after bishop b5? Can you then...
So rook d1. And I don't think you ever want to advance with d4. That feels very loose. But it might be okay. Knight d5, perhaps? Knight c4. It's getting very complicated. Knight c4. Yeah, it feels...
Yeah.
No, but d3, I mean, they're all... It can get quite tactical here. d3, knight e3.
Okay, he did play knight c2, as you suggested.
He went, he went knight ec2. So
knight ec2, yeah.
Yeah, he went with the other knight because he didn't want to allow bishop b5. Exactly what you were saying. Which is also very sensible.
And we're now joined by Malcolm Payne to give us his insight on this interesting endgame.
Hello, hi.
Hello, Malcolm. How are you?
Yeah, no, good. So I thought that, so Nils presumably found 21 c4, was it? And it was met by a6, I'm guessing? That was when I last looked at it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that c4 pawn takes pawn loses in a horrible way on the back rank, doesn't it?
We had a look at that, yeah.
Yeah, so White got this enormous positional advantage on the queen side.
Yes. But he's kind of gone wrong here, Nils.
Yeah, no, it feels way better for black than the positions I was looking at before I started to do my lesson. So black's much more active. He's got his g6 move in. He's kept his dark bishop, and he's activated his rook. I mean, he's achieved quite a lot.
He absolutely has, yeah.
I mean, black can bring his king over towards the queen side as well and further secure his position, right?
Well, he's just played an interesting move, actually, because after bishop b3, knight ec2, bishop e5, knight ec2, bishop f4. Okay, now Nils decides to kick this bishop with g3. I wonder if his idea is actually to come to c1. I know it looks very strange, but maybe he just wants to park it on b2.
The only thing that matters in an isolated queen's pawn position is the square in front of it. Keep the pressure on it. Absolutely.
Right.
And also, if the rooks come off, White's suddenly got to worry about his b4 pawn. No, I love that idea. I love it. It can't be touched.
And he's played it. He's played bishop c1.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Also, h3 is now under attack, right?
Wow. And they both have 30 seconds.
Oh,
okay,
really?
so let's
see, Nils on increment now. Okay.
Yeah, they're both on increment. I was off on my increment. I think David was on increment move 30, so I was... Actually, did I say move... No, I said 24, didn't I?
You said 24, I said 25.
Yeah, we were well off today.
We were well off, yeah. Yeah, we were too pessimistic.
Okay, h4 makes a lot of sense. Just...
Let's bring our king a bit closer. Can also go... Actually,
I don't know. I think he might improve this bishop. He might also go h5. I don't know, just to...
Yeah, but h5 can't yeah, so...
Wouldn't surprise me to see h5.
Maybe. I'm actually quite interested in g5, funnily enough, as well. I mean, I just quite like to get a pair of pawns off when I'm defending, you know what I mean?
Yes, but okay, he's gone bishop b2, which was the main idea behind bishop c1. I really like it.
Yeah.
Okay, and now the question is, how does White actually proceed here?
I don't know how White improves his position. I mean,
exactly.
It's odd, but although his knights are defending each other, they're not working awfully well with the bishop. I thought
f3. Okay. Now I guess he wasn't too happy about playing that move, but he played it anyway. Rook e5. Yeah, I guess he was very unhappy about moving this pawn. Obviously, weakens the dark squares for the long term, but
let's go full Capablanca, Lawrence. If we wanted to improve our position with black, where would we have our pieces? On c7, perhaps?
Yeah, possibly. I don't mind that. I think g5 is actually interesting now because after HG, you can think about g4 and suddenly...
Exactly. You know, I want to make him play g4. The other plan I had two plans. I wanted to play either king c7 or I want to play, it's probably not feasible, I wanted to play knight to e8 to c7 and king e7. Those were my two plans. I love the knight on c7 because it can come to e6 on a good day as well.
David's gone for your initial plan, which is to improve.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the one thing that's also possible for black is to go like completely solid with bishop c6, and in that circumstance you only want to do it if you're dead safe there and you need your king to make it dead safe. So you literally go bishop c6 and say, I'm so solid you're never getting through. So I mean, I quite like something. Okay,
rook e3.
Okay,
so Nils goes for
that makes it somewhat closer to the draw. Do you agree? I mean, he can still play on, but it's just he can achieve less without rooks, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, now that the d5 pawn won't really face any pressure, so you might even go rook e7 here. You know, I mean, you might even go rook e7.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a move David would seriously consider here,
just to annoy the opponent a little bit.
Yeah, I'll get one move closer to time control. Now he decides to take. Okay, no biggie. And now the question is...
Yeah, I'm putting my king... I'm going to move my king towards the a little bit closer to the middle, I think.
You've just got to be a little bit careful here as black that I don't just start running this g-pawn up the board.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go g5. The reason I wanted to go g5 while you can't go h5, yeah? So
yeah, and in fact, White's got huge issues because anytime he wants to get active, these pawns are all on dark squares. So some bishop c3 or bishop a3 is going to nip at them from behind, which is very, very irritating.
now White's light squared bishop is actually a bit out of. I mean, ideally, maybe you want to try and attack the queen side with some c6 tricks.
Yeah, that's why I want to bring my king over.
Yeah.
I'm anticipating that. Yeah.
So ideally, it should be on e2, or d3. But now black's in time with the king. So yeah.
There's one other interesting possibility.
Okay.
A very interesting possibility. Maybe it's irrelevant, but I'm going to mention it anyway. Which is that after I go g5 and you go, let's say you go g4 and I go g5, and you go h5. Well, just on a, not now, but at some moment, black can sack it. I mean, he's losing his d pawn, so it's rubbish. But
right. Yeah, it's in the air sometimes.
It's just
you get three pawns for the piece.
Okay, it's just really happening, but it's sort of happening in some positions. I'm desperate to get this knight to e6. I want to just go. Just want to go bishop e6 or bishop e6, knight e8, knight c7. What are you going to do? Yep. What are you going to do? But I need my king in the center to do all of it. We'll see. Bishop e1 checks and another annoying possibility actually as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this bishop on b2 actually does a fantastic job all of a sudden, doesn't it?
Beautiful. It's a real classy move, that was bishop c1.
Absolutely.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Really, I'll say. A few times in every game, you get the 2680, 2650, 2700 chess appearing, just every so often. Yeah.
Okay, so they both reached the time control.
Oh, they have. Okay.
Can have a breather.
Yeah, if they've both reached time control, actually, yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, so the position is fairly level now. It's going to be really dependent how ambitious Nils is feeling here. My gut tells me he's not going to be overly ambitious. 30 minutes each added to the clocks. This is probably a good moment for us to take a breather, actually. Been on the air nearly 5 hours.
Yep, and it's time control.
So knowing these two guys, we're expecting a longish think. And that's where we are. So we'll be back in just a few minutes for the final part of today's game. Let's see what happens.
Locally produced. Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right, we have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top Grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is game 3 of the special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. We are in the post Move 40 portion of the game, and it is an ending with two knights and a bishop against 2 bishops, and we have this position here, which I would estimate is absolutely fine for David. That's my assumption. Maybe my assumption is wrong, but that's the sort of vibe I'm getting. I don't know your thoughts, Askild.
Yeah, I agree with you. Earlier in the game, we saw that Nils found this great idea with c4, trying to take some space advantage on the queen side. But then I think he slightly misplayed the position with rook d3, and then David took his chance to get back in the game. And yeah, I think this is heading towards a draw. I would be surprised if...
Yeah, I mean, I would be slightly surprised if it wasn't a draw still, although clearly, there is for example, there is a repetition on the board right here. Knight e2, bishop a1, knight d4, bishop c3. That's the sort of thing that could happen. That is possible. That is a plausible idea.
And I also feel that if one of the players try too hard to go for the win, it can backfire.
Absolutely.
So I think Nils will probably be a bit disappointed, but overall, looking at the position now, I think a draw is the most likely outcome.
Yeah.
And while the players are thinking, we have some people on the chat asking, some of them are asking why we don't have the evaluation bar. And I think we mentioned this yesterday. To get the human insights of the game and the thought process and the different analysis, the different variations we're trying to analyze, it wouldn't be the same if we had computer assistance. And I think for the viewers as well, if you want to improve at chess, it's better to try and understand some of the moves and the position, not using the computer. And this is a long classical game, and we do have time then to take a look at different lines and variations. And if it was a rapid match, maybe then computer would be more of an assistance to both us and the viewers. But I think it's okay in this format not to use it. And then someone is saying go Grandelius, so a fan of Nils there. And
absolutely.
Then, let's see. Bernardo is asking what's the score up to now. This is game 3, and the 2 first games ended in a draw. So 1 point for each player. And then Camila Gomez is asking, why do you think there aren't more matches like this in the chess world? And that's a good question. We don't have many matches like this.
Not so many. I mean, we have had in history. I mean, it's not. There have been a number of challenge matches. Lots of them I can think of. Of course, we don't see so many of them because it requires a private sponsor and a specific interest in that match. Of course, I like these matches just as much as anybody else. I enjoy seeing them. I especially enjoy seeing young talent play a match. I think that would be nice for the chess world as well, to see a few more younger guys being able to play. but yeah, this match is obviously very specific and very different because of the bonus structure and the incentivization for winning games, which is what makes it very, very interesting. Clearly, having £1,500 per win is no small deal. That's a really big deal. I like the format. I like the setting. I like the players. They're stylistically very, very different. So all of it kind of makes sense in a way.
And they're quite evenly matched as well.
And they're very evenly matched. I mean, level-wise, as Magnus was saying as well, he believed they're pretty much on par in terms of objective strength. So, yeah, I like the match, and I think we go the distance. I really think we go the distance.
And Shane is asking about the match format. So they will play in total 10 classical games. 5 first games, they will play with a longer classical time control, up to 7 hours. And then they have a rest day on Monday. And then the last 5 games from Tuesday on will be played with a 5-hour classical time control. So a little bit different. But still long classical games. That's the format. And Saul is asking currently who is in the driving seat. I think we mentioned it. It should be roughly equal. And you can continue to play in this position, but I have a feeling if you try too hard, it might backfire. So yeah, I really, really can't see this ending in anything other than a draw within a few moves.
Yeah.
Or some moves. It's really hard to make progress for either player, I feel. And Aniket has a question. Continuous matches until goal money is raised? No, so we do have this fundraiser joint by Chess24 and the Play Magnus Group and the Norwegian Refugee Council. So we do have this QR code. You can press your phone and you can donate or go through the link that also is on the page. And the goal is to get to $20,000. Hopefully, we will get there, but that doesn't affect how many games the players will play in the end.
Exactly.
And then a question for you, maybe, Lawrence, from Jay Scott. How can you tell whether this position is just a draw or a complicated endgame with lots of play remaining? That's a good question.
That's a really great question. That's a super good question, actually. And it's actually very, very difficult to answer. Because it's one of those where basically Black has got this fixed weakness on d5, so he can't get too active somehow. And in compensation, he's got these 2 bishops, and the point is these pawns on b4, c5, and a5 are fixed. So if White ever tries to organize his pieces, Black is always going to put the bishop on c3 like he's doing now. And this means that all of a sudden you can't really make progress here. That's the point. You can't really make progress here. And that's very, very frustrating. So it's one of those which just looks dynamically balanced, even in an ending. And I think that's, again, something that was being alluded to by Magnus. Even in the middle game, in the transition into ending looks just very balanced. Like, you can't move this knight because this guy falls. So what do you want to do? You want to attack this bishop? Sure. Now the bishop goes to the corner. And once again, you don't really have any moves to improve so easily as white. Because if you go, let's say, knight f4, black can always play the move bishop c6, holding the pawn. Now even pushing it at some point might be a possibility. The bishop is going to nestle very nicely on the c3 square. And yeah, in general, it's just not a super fun, super easy position to play effectively. Yeah, you realize playing this as white after looking at this as white after a very short space of time that this position is just basically nigh on impossible to make real progress. The only progress you could make is if you play g4, g5, but black isn't going to allow that. Because the moment you go g4, black is going to go g5 and put a stop to it. And yes, you can play h5 and kind of, let's say, fix this pawn on h6, but it doesn't. It's not such a big problem for black because he controls the f5 square. So this bishop does a fantastic job. And now after something like this, black would have to find a move to pass. But even playing something like bishop c8 as a passing move is completely reasonable in this position. And as I say, it's just doesn't feel like enough for white. Just black is just active enough with the bishops, especially the dark square bishop, and it doesn't feel like you're gonna get anywhere. So that's the situation, basically.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well.
Yeah. Just active enough.
Absolutely. And Saul has a question for both of us. Has pursuing chess at a more advanced level, like you have, influenced the way you apply thinking to other concepts? Have there been situations where your chess brain has helped you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. We have a draw.
We have a result.
We have a draw. I can understand the draw offer and the draw acceptance. As I said, the position was finely balanced. So yeah, to answer that question, has chess helped me in other things? Probably, although I guess a lot of the time I don't realize where or how. That's the problem. Exactly. I guess I don't know exactly where that might have happened.
For me, I feel in certain situations, but I don't know if that has to do with chess, but maybe. I feel I have a good overview of different situations or settings. Let's say you're in a social setting or in a bar with some friends. Then I tend to understand the dynamics of the situation, sometimes better than some of my friends in different ways. But also I think one problem for chess players is they're quite analytical, and sometimes in other aspects of life, they tend to analyze too much, where you don't really have to analyze. Maybe you have to go more with your gut feeling, or
right.
So it has its pros and cons, I would say.
Of course, yeah.
But and Jay Scott, excellent commentary. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And the players agreed with I am Trent in the assessment of the position. Yeah. But it has to be said that Nils did have a long think, actually, before accepting the draw offer. So
okay.
He was thinking, assessing the position. But yeah, I think this the way David managed to get the dark squared bishop into White's camp was a great idea. And you can say that the d5 pawn is a fixed problem for a weak pawn, but also the b4 pawn for White is weak, and the knight has to be there to defend. And in the end, you don't have enough pieces to kind of coordinate and then to create some serious winning chances for either side. So the players will join us hopefully shortly, and in the meantime, we have Malcolm Payne back joining us.
Yeah, hi both.
Hi, Malcolm.
So the rooks came off, and then there was a repetition, I imagine. Was there, or something?
No, there wasn't even a repetition. It was just an
agreement that there was nothing more to play for.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. What the king on c7? What Black's just completely secure once that's happened.
Yeah, and with the bishop on c3, you can't really get the knight active from d3, etc., etc., etc. So it's just not a feasible winning attempt position for White, basically.
Yeah, no. It's funny. Didn't we have a sort of a similar arrangement of we had knights dominating bishops a little bit in game 2, didn't we?
Yeah.
But here they're not dominating.
No, the bishop on c3 is obviously doing a very good job just holding this guy down.
I can't see any way to progress. In particular, actually, Nils' white squared bishop just I don't know. It just ended up being neutralized, didn't it? It never
looked like it could be a good piece at some point, but now it's just And if you try, for example, knight c2 to get the other knight into the game to f4, then you just play bishop c6, and then you just stand there, kind of.
Yeah.
Still.
After knight c2, you can't play knight e5 anymore.
No, yeah. That's also true, yeah. So it's so difficult for both players to make progress, and I think draw was a fair result in the end. But I think Nils may be kicking himself for letting two promising positions go as with the white pieces.
Yeah.
And I think David is...
Nils has come with two really interesting ideas in the opening.
Absolutely.
They both worked, actually, up to a point, but he's got...
And as Lawrence mentioned, when we had Magnus joining the show earlier, he did say that David, if he kind of gets out of the opening with a decent position, he has a good chance in this match. But I think we have to give credit to Nils. I think he's won the opening battle so far, looking at the 3 first games. They're
in a very silly idea.
Okay.
I just took the knight on d4 off the board, put the black bishop on c7, the white king on c6, and played bishop a4 mate.
Oh yeah, you're getting creative now.
My mind is starting to wander.
It's completely understandable.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the guys to come through. You know, I think overall it's probably a fair result, as you guys have said, though.
What happened in the Grand Prix today? There was a lot of draws, and
no idea.
But Maxime played an incredible combination. Maybe you could show that to the viewers, Lawrence. I don't know if you can get that on the board.
I don't know if I can, because I would need the PGN. So I could go from the beginning. So if you feed me, let me see if I can get the moves here.
Yeah, it was a Najdorf with bishop g5.
Let's have a look. 1 second.
Maxime played the most sparkling combo.
Okay. Oh, I can't find Maxime. You sure? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can see against
Trent key against.
Yeah, I got it. All right, so let's have a look. We'll have a quick look at this.
Yeah.
So it was. This is Predke against MVL. We had a Najdorf.
Still playing the Najdorf MVL. He doesn't. Yeah, e6, queen f3, bishop e7.
Okay, interesting line, bishop e7. Okay, So we get castles queenside, and now queen a5.
Queen a5 hits the bishop, h4.
h4.
Bishop d7, avoiding knight c6 because of takes an e5 probably.
Okay. Bishop c4, knight c6. Bishop b3.
Yeah.
h6. Bishop e3. Okay, knight e5 hitting the queen. Queen goes to e2. Rook c8. Okay, king b1. All fairly standard so far.
Yeah.
b5. All fairly standard.
And then, yeah, now I was really interested now. Knight g4. I thought it was such an interesting move. I mean, you play more Sicilians than me, Lawrence.
Yeah.
I mean, after knight g4, I mean, bishop g1 would be a move. Or I see b4 wins a piece.
Yeah, b4 is problematic. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah, b4 is an issue. So that's why he went.
Presumably, then, Lawrence, but b4 was a move after f4, was it? Oh, it's very cheeky, but.
Well, at least now I can take, right?
Yeah, but interesting. I mean,
still interesting.
Looks that does not look bad for black to me at first sight. I don't know.
Maybe I've got some knight f5 move. That's the only problem. Takes and knight d5. Maybe.
Doesn't scare me, I've got to say.
No. I do. Your bishop's hanging. Knight d5, rook d5 comes.
Oh, knight takes e4. Come on, I'm going to be cheeky.
Oh my goodness. Okay, takes, and now.
Wow.
I wouldn't want to play this. I mean, you might get away with it.
You might. Yeah.
Rook d5, queen c7.
Maybe double. I don't know.
Rook. If I double bishop e6, and then
yep.
Maybe I can just start grabbing. It can get very, very, very messy, can't it?
Very hairy. But I was just intrigued by the fact that it was a legal move, Lawrence. That was all.
Yeah. No, I see. I see that. So yeah, he went here, and then instead he went
E5. He played now. Takes.
Yeah, e5. Takes.
Bishop takes h6. Rook takes h6. Queen. Yeah, this looks like rubbish for white, to be honest.
Rook takes h6.
This is not what white's trying to achieve in the Sicilian, really.
Yeah, this is now black has got the two bishops, queen c7.
So MVL's just heading for the ending here because two beautiful bishops and a slightly better pawn, more compact pawn structure. Why not? The only thing he's got is a slightly dodgy king, so just get into the ending.
c5, rook e3,
queen g4. Knight f3.
Knight f3. Bishop c6.
Now. Yeah.
a4. Okay. Waiting for the big moment. Okay, finally b4. Knight a2. The rook now swings to f5.
Forcing the queens off.
Makes a lot of sense. Knight d4. Queen takes queen. Rook takes queen. And now bishop f3. Okay, forcing. Wow.
The thing is, Predke had prepared an incredible combination here. So he goes rook takes e6. And the point being, pawn takes e6, knight takes, and if king e8, knight takes g7 and picks up f5 and hits h6.
And what does he want to do here?
What was he going to do there? Maybe just knight d4 check and take on f5 or something.
And there's it's check, sorry.
Yeah.
It's check, that's the point. Yeah, and then you take on f5 and e7 is hanging, or h6 is hanging.
Yeah. So instead, look what happened. It was amazing. So rook takes e6.
Bishop f3.
Yeah. I mean, the point here is if knight takes, rook takes, and black's just doing very well. I mean, g3 is probably going, I guess. I don't know.
So rook takes e6. Bishop takes d1.
d1.
Rook takes e7. Because that makes sense.
Bang, bang. But now, boom! And there's 3 captures and they all lose. Beautiful.
Because there's always a check, regardless of where he captures, right?
Yeah.
So if he captures this way, there's this check, and then the rook hangs. And if he captures this way, then there's this check. That's absolutely lovely.
Isn't that nice?
It's absolutely lovely, yeah.
I thought that was worth showing.
Oh, definitely worth showing. Yeah, that's a really lovely little tactic. That is well spotted, sir. Well spotted. Now,
that is definitely one for the Daily Telegraph chess column.
Yeah, I think. Well, that's certainly that last combination. Bishop takes. Sorry, bishop takes d1. This move here, that's a very special move, actually.
Yeah, well, that's a great one.
Beautiful move. Well done. Very nice.
I'm just wondering. I mean, he can move. Yeah, so even if he moves the king, he still gets a check.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, if he moves the king now, my rook is defended as well.
Well, true. Yeah. There's lots of things wrong with it.
Now, where are the guys? Are they en route or?
Yeah, we've sent out the search party.
Okay, because how far away are they actually?
It takes me about between 5 and 6 minutes to walk, depending on how much I have to drink. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Any comments in YouTube or any questions from chat?
Yeah, Ed Rickett says, Lawrence and Askild, thanks for the great commentary. And Lawrence, enjoy your game tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I've got to get up super early.
Okay.
Got to get it.
Everyone on the stream, you're about to get an upgrade because I'm leaving and the players are here.
Here we go. See you, Mal. Take care.
We'll prepare for the two players to sit down. Hey, Lawrence. Long time no speak. How are you?
All right. Hi, David, mate. How are you?
Wow. Looks a bit different from our game.
All right. Guys, let's forget this. This is a completely different game. We'll go to your game. All right. So another draw and another fighting draw. But once again, another game where it looked as though, Nils, you had some pressure and somehow didn't find the way to make it just work with it. Basically, it felt like your advantage was quite temporary.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, I guess it would depend. I mean, okay, I was out prepared in the opening, and then I think maybe I got a decent position, but then I allowed the c4, c5 Lawrence, and
yeah, I think that was the key moment, c4, c5, and I think around there you're actually substantially better, Nils.
Yeah, definitely. No, after c, but only because I got c4. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not so much.
Otherwise, yeah. Let's go to it then. We'll quickly go over the opening. So this time, Nils, you decide to go with d3 instead of castles, and you play this cute little move, bishop a4, which none other than the king played a couple of years ago. In fact, he joined us on the broadcast today, just so you know. He joined us from a car with our good friend Odin, and he joined us for 5 minutes. He was talking about how he played this move a few years ago.
Did he say anything about us at least?
He didn't. Yeah, he said, he said he expected a very tight match. That's what he said. So,
nice.
So yeah, I went through this quite a lot during the stream, and then all of this makes a bunch of sense. There are lots of variations, but of course, it's kind of critical. A4 I thought was particularly interesting because
you're trying to gain some space. I mean, it's not the idea in itself is not so deep. Just the more space you have, the better your position is. So.
Yeah, precisely.
And then it started to get interesting.
Yeah, then it started to get very interesting. So d5 obviously is a critical reply. And I
wasn't sure what to expect ED or bit. I was mostly looking at e5.
So ED, were you going to go e4? That's what I assumed.
Probably like e5.
Yeah, knight e5 and just CD. I didn't really know. F4?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good move.
I mean, I was out of it long ago, but
always very hard to say.
There's some nice variations here, like EF. Knight takes g6. Maybe knight f3, but knight takes g6. And I was wondering if I could play fg2, but then rook f6. Pretty mess.
That's cute.
Yeah.
And even now it continues, like queen f6, knight f8, bishop h3. But I don't know.
Definitely continues.
I mean, white's just a piece up, I think. But,
Yeah, it should be.
I mean, I just wasted so much time calculating variations like this.
Yeah, but that's interesting that you were calculating this stuff, actually.
But yeah, bishop
you
g5.
played bishop g5 quite quickly, Nils.
Yeah.
So my question is was this home prep?
Yeah. I mean, it's been played before, so.
It's been played even.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish I'd known that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. This all looks, ed5 and ed4 looks correct as well.
Yeah, this is all fairly correct. But okay, a5 and ending what we got in the game is definitely a little bit better for white. I mean,
yeah.
No idea how much, but
yeah, this all looked kind of.
Yeah, this is very normal.
Everything is very normal. This is a good move. This is all very normal. I thought b4.
I mean, somewhere here probably I could be more accurate because it felt to me that this after 97, black should be in time. Actually, I had missed a tactical trick here. If we go to the game, knight to f3, knight f6, knight d5 was my original intention. Bishop b8, and now c4. Because again, if I get the c4, c5, I'm just better. But here there is bishop d7.
Yeah.
And this is what I missed when I played before, and I think it just solves basically all the problems. At least.
This is what I was banking on. I actually missed the exact opposite. I missed that c4 first was possible. So it seems we both missed.
Yeah. So what we are talking about is that in the game, therefore,
yes,
black could play.
Yeah.
David could play a6 instead of knight f6.
Yeah, this was my first intention. C4.
And then he stopped c4, and with the knight on f6,
right.
Solid. I mean, if I have anything here, it's like very, very small.
very, very short term as well.
Yeah, exactly.
White has anything.
Exactly. So a6 looked. So therefore, some of my previous moves were probably not the most accurate. But
okay. But once you did get in c4,
once I got this streak with c4, it's definitely very nice for me.
a6 and c5 is all correct. G6 we were expecting, and now
this rook d3 was not the move. Yeah, knight e2. I guess I should go immediately.
Yeah, I think knight e2
in the game. Why not put knight on c3 immediately and put this pressure on?
Exactly. Yeah, I think rook d3 was I don't want to call it a lazy move, but a move where it's
looks
just
good, right? But maybe this.
Well, it does look good, but then you realize after you double, you can never move the knight anywhere, anyways, right?
I simply missed rook e8. I intended actually knight e2. I thought like bishop d7 or something would be played, and I would figure out the knight later, but I didn't realize I had to do it first.
Rook e8 is very precise then by David.
Exactly. Now I immediately realized that I should have done knight e2.
Right.
This is a bit. Now my advantage is less big, I guess.
Yeah.
Even so, it's always pleasant by this structure, of course. Yeah.
For black, I just have to keep looking for tactical tricks just to survive, basically.
Yeah.
Or just to keep all alive, which is not so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes when you have an isolated pawn, if you lose it, it's not such a big deal because you have active pieces. But here, if d5 is lost, it's just over because I'm so strong on the queen side. So.
Yeah, so if we whiz ahead, Lords, I think the critical moment came probably 40 at some point.
Yeah. Let's go a few moves ahead.
So where are we going here? Hold on.
Maybe when I doubled my rooks on the e file.
Yeah, let's say double on the e file.
Yep.
I traded a set of rooks.
Rook e4 was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, rook e4 was very accurate. Yeah.
I mean, after rook takes e4, maybe I even played d.
No, I think d takes e4, and
I thought that was your idea actually. And can you be better?
Rook d8 will come, and bishop e5, and so on. It could even be black starting to play.
I was calculating here like knight e3, rook e8, knight d5.
And you can but then take and bishop a4. And
bishop a4.
That's the problem. Otherwise, maybe
I have some other tricks as well. But
bishop a4 is. So this structure I can only go for if I have something very direct.
Right.
Bishop c2. I mean, it looks a bit clumsy what I did. I'm losing some time, but
before taking on e4.
Before, what I did in the game.
Oh, sorry, bishop c2. Yeah.
I'm losing some time, but on the other hand, as long as I keep control, this time does not matter very much. Yeah. So
right.
Bishop f4, rook d3.
Yeah, I miss rook d3 actually. It just looks.
Yeah, rook d3 was good actually. I think
it looks clumsy, but actually I'm getting some harmony now. Rook e4, very natural. Bishop
yeah, rook e4 was good. Yeah, this is cute because you can run into some cheapos, right? And also rook d1 just loses to this, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So bishop e3 I think was good. Bishop
but here
e5.
Maybe bishop d5 is possible and try to liquidate everything.
Where? Sorry.
Bishop b5 here maybe.
Bishop b5.
Yeah.
I spent my last remaining minute or so trying to work this out, but I couldn't. Couldn't figure out if I was drawing immediately or not. As black.
But you're not playing for an advantage here with white, right?
No, but in the game, black is just worse.
You think even in the game after bishop e5, black is worse, do you?
Yeah. But after bishop e5, actually, I can maybe take it and play knight c2 and keep control. And again,
which one?
Sorry? After bishop b5 instead of bishop e5.
Bishop b5. Take it and go knight c2.
Just go knight c2 and everything is sort of covered still. I can go king f1.
Yeah, this is the type of thing I was worried about. But if I don't draw immediately, one would just drop.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can lose actually all of them. So it could be still very scary.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, you went bishop e5. Knight c2 looks good. Bishop f4. Yeah, and this was a cute idea, David, to put the bishop on c1. I really like this.
It doesn't. I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't really change the position very much.
The problem is, I think I have to. If I put the bishop back on c7, I'm just going to be.
Yeah, then knight e3 comes very quickly, and you're just losing your pawns. Yeah.
So where is the next critical moment then?
No, when I trade rooks, I definitely should not trade rooks. It's very hard for me to explain why I suddenly traded rooks.
Okay.
Knight e3 is the other option.
Knight e3. Yeah.
Knight e3 here. Mm-hmm.
The question is just whether white can make progress. So, for example, if I wait.
Bishop c6, I guess.
Maybe bishop c6.
No, but no, bishop c6 you cannot play because I take and bishop a4.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Is f4 a threat? I was going to probably play king d8, but.
Sorry. So, what's the exact moves you're saying, guys? Here after knight e3.
King d8, maybe just the wait.
Yeah.
And now the question is if f4 is possible or not.
f4 rook e4.
It could be that it's not. It's too early.
Maybe too early for white.
Yeah.
So the question is whether white can improve. But I have to go.
But which move after knight dc2?
Bishop b.
Bishop b5. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bishop
d1.
Rook d1. Let's say.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you at this point have to give the pawn, like let white take on d5 and
king c8 or something.
King c8 or king c7, something like this. Yeah. Now there is rook
e2 at the end. Yeah.
Or maybe bishop takes d5 and.
No, I mean it's clear that white is much better in pressing, but not clear how much.
At least I have active bishops.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It could still be, but it's definitely. I mean, it's a very, very pleasant advantage to play with. Very tough to defend as black in practical play. But after trade of rooks, a lot of the advantage disappears.
Yeah. So rook e3 was a mistake. Okay, understood.
I think it's a major mistake.
I mean, now I can often trade a bishop, my light square bishop for knight and head towards some opposite color bishops. So.
Yeah. Which would be very unpleasant with rooks on the board.
Yeah.
So, but then the final interesting moment, probably move 41.
Okay. So here.
Yeah, instead of knight e1, David was suggesting king d3 as more.
Yeah, there's some
more natural,
some interesting ideas to play knight e3, knight d1, just to either trap my bishop or try and force me to take on d3.
Right. That's actually extremely interesting.
Yeah, and at the right time, white wants to go g5, maybe to destabilize my knight on f6. I'm slightly concerned here, but
it was interesting. White is still pressing, definitely, I believe.
So is knight e1 actually a mistake then, because it allows this bishop c3 idea?
I mean, the knight is simply not well placed on d3. I spent two moves on the word square, basically.
And here, the only way to kick me out of c3 is to go knight e2, but I don't really want to go back. I guess knight e2, just bishop 1, and at least I can go bishop e5.
That's a problem. It's actually a threat. Just try to go into the opposite colored bishop. And
if white plays g4 here, I think I just do g5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, after G4, you always reply G5, and H5 isn't a big deal because you can't really get to this pawn, right?
No, I mean, that's why the other variation, trying to get the white knight round to E3 and B3. If you could swap the white knight now on the third rank, it would be really...
Exactly. No, I simply wanted to keep b4 defended, but I don't need to defend it if I dominate the bishop. So king b3 is still some pressure, definitely. But now we are talking about, it's quite clear that the position is drawn with correct play, but whereas with rooks still on the board, it's not even clear what the valuation is.
Right.
But definitely this should have been, I should have tried to put pressure for another hour or so here.
Yeah.
Well, an interesting game. Again, a tough fight. You guys are, really giving it all and trying new ideas. So, I'm sure everybody watching. I know everybody watching is really enjoying it, and we just hope for more exciting chess. Is there a rest day actually?
On Monday.
Okay.
This is the nicest you've ever been to me, Lawrence. It's all the nicest stuff you've ever said.
It's time to be nice, guys. It's time to be nice. So that's it. Unless you guys have got anything else to say? No?
Back.
I don't know if we'll bring back Askild before the end of the stream, but look, thanks. The games have been great to commentate on. So keep it up, boys. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, no boring draws.
Right,
nice fighting chess. All right.
That was interesting to get some insight to the game. So time to wrap up.
That's it. Yeah, it's time to wrap up. So another draw, game 3, but a really nice, exciting strategic battle between these two gladiators of the game. And Askild, you'll be back tomorrow for game 4, I believe.
I'll be back tomorrow with special co-commentator. So we'll come back to that later. And good luck playing some chess, Lawrence.
Thank you.
I hope you do well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll let you know how I do. And thanks to everybody in chat. Thanks to everybody for being so good today and interacting with us and keeping us on our toes. You can come back tomorrow for game 4. And in the meantime, make sure you get a Chess24 premium membership. And remember, the most important thing, stay safe, stay healthy, be kind, be nice. That's all. Cheers.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right. We have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields, and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.